Good morning to all on the virtual platform this morning. It's 9 o'clock. It's time for us to start our meeting. I would like to welcome each and every one of you here this morning. Here in Cape Town, it is wet. I won't say cold, but it's also not hot. Colleagues, may I ask that we observe a moment for silent prayer or meditation? Thank you. A heart welcome to the minister, the two deputy ministers, the DG and the department. I understand the minister is in Lesotho. Minister, I'm not sure whether it's cold there. Maybe there's some snow in your area there. All of the best also with your oversight there. The minister is available for a while, so we will not waste some time. I just need to clarify quickly whether we are a quorum from Parliament side, Nosipo.
Yes, Chairperson, we can go ahead.
Oh, we're a quorum. Thank you very much. I'm going to not waste some time now. The department's got to do a briefing on the budget vote 41 and the annual performance plans for 2026-27 financial year, as well as TCTA and the Water Research Commission. Minister, can we just see whether you have connectivity with us?
Yes, I do. I have connectivity, Chair. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Minister, and welcome. And you're more than welcome to start.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I requested that I might not keep my video for long, just to maximize network here. We are right in the top of the mountain. Let me take this opportunity, Chair, to thank you very much. We are at 5 degrees. It's very cold here. It's about to snow, but we felt that, despite that we are not at home, but we must give respect when we are able to get connectivity and connect to the Portfolio Committee. Honorable Chair, I greet you with the honorable members. DMs, myself and DM Mahlobo would request to leave the meeting at 11 to join our oversight program. I want to greet all senior managers led by the acting DG, Resimati Mate. The DG is bereaved. He lost his mother a week ago, so he is bereaved. He's not here in South Africa. He's in Colorado, where the parents live. I also want to greet the leadership of TCTA and the leadership of WRC. Today, Chair, want to emphasize that we have made a lot of progress as the Department of Water and Sanitation in a number of focus areas of the department in the last year to address many of our challenges. Some areas of progress, Chair, as we present to you 2026 annual performance plans, as well as the budget for 2026-27. The backlog of water use license application has been cleared, and there's been a marked improvement in the turnaround time for processing new water license application from 35% of water use license application within 30 days in 2022-23 to now 80% in 2025-26. The Water Service Amendment Bill and the National Water Amendment Bill have been tabled in Parliament for further processing. Major national water infrastructure, Chair and honorable members, as you may be aware, that we have unblocked most of them and implementation is accelerated. These include raising of the Clan Williams Dam, Umkomazi Water Project, Blue and Green Drop Care. As you know, that we are providing an accurate information of the state of municipality water and sanitation services. We have since reinstated that program of release of the report. Report was issued during 2023, as you may remember, but the department has released the green drop as well as the blue and no drop progress report on the 31st of March 2026, and we released it to the nation. There are a lot of comments, and what we've been saying that the ailing infrastructure of municipality has made us to deteriorate when it comes to the green report. The revised raw water pricing strategy has been approved by Minister of Finance and will be implemented during this financial year. Cabinet has also approved Operation Vulindlela Phase 2 reform, which include, amongst others, the reforms for the water sector. One of these reforms is introduction of the new 54 billion incentive to metros to reform their water and sanitation and other basic services. This will ensure that revenue from water usage are put straight back into the fixing of pipes, reservoirs, and pumping stations. Honorable members, Honorable Chair, despite these gains, serious challenges remain. While South Africa has sufficient raw water resource in many areas, the primary constraint lies in the failure of municipality system to reliably deliver water to communities and business. Some of the root causes that the department has identified include, not limited to these: weak municipal governance, failure to deal with insufficient municipal revenue, and poor prioritization and allocation of financial resources to basic services such as water and sanitation, insufficient funding of water services resulting in lack of infrastructure investment, lack of maintenance of water treatment infrastructure, including inadequate investment in storage pumping capacity and water distribution. In terms of wastewater treatment infrastructure, this relates to poor maintenance wastewater treatment works, sewage pipelines, as well as pumping stations. Honorable members, a government has prioritized water security as a main objective for 2026, whilst the United Nations has also declared this year, 2026, as the year of water and sanitation, whilst the African Union on the 13th and 14th of February also declared 2026 as the year of water and sanitation towards achieving 2063 agenda. As highlighted by the President in the 2026 State of the Nation address, the issue is not availability of bulk water, but the effective and reliable delivery of water to households and businesses. The priority is to address the crisis where water outages are being experienced. The President further stated, honorable members, honorable Chair, that we will now elevate a response to the water crisis to a National Water Crisis Committee, which the President is going to chair. The structure will bring together all existing efforts into a single coordinating body. It will deploy technical experts and resources to address the challenges effectively. The committee will not hesitate to use the powers enshrined in the Constitution, in the Water Service Act, and to intervene in municipalities when necessary. This is what the President said as he was declaring water as a crisis in the nation. National Water Crisis Committee are underway. We have already, through the presidency, met with the Presidential Coordinating Forum of Premiers, and soon next week we'll be meeting with all municipalities, all municipal managers to read out the action plan of addressing water as a crisis. Importantly, the department is not awaiting establishment of this committee to act. We are actively implementing a range of reforms to address systematic weaknesses, which include 6 wall-to-wall catchment management agencies have been established, and focus for this financial year is to ensure that there is compliance on the entities with regularity as prescribed. We are finalizing the establishment of the South African Water Resource Infrastructure Agency by integrating the TCTA, WTE, as well as the DWS infrastructure branch. In terms of water boards, the focus of the current financial year is to support initiatives that improve the financial sustainability of some of these entities, so that they can improve the delivery of water and become the implementing agents of choice. In terms of the priorities for the current financial year, the DWS will be expediting institutional, regulatory, and financial reforms to address the systematic causes of water crisis. We are also focusing on the reduction of water demand and losses, which is non-revenue water, diversifying supply through bulk water schemes, reuse and reconciliation strategies, and protecting strategic water sources areas and in the catchments. The department is also prioritizing the acceleration of access of basic water services on the remaining unserved communities as part of our commitment to achieve universal access by 2030. Whilst national access has reached approximately 90% and estimated 2,688 settlements still lack of basic level of water supply. This will be done through the department access acceleration program to implement appropriate cost-effective solutions such as boreholes and spring protection, while also considering rainwater harvesting. This work will be supported through a combination of government funding, including our WISI and the private sector participation through Adopt a Village concept that we came with. On TCTCA, which are who are also on this platform, the committee should note that as a result of establishment of the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency, we will merge TCTA with other components of DWS. The TCA will not be submitting their other components of the DWS. I'm sorry. The TCA will not be submitting their corporate plan going forward. Why? It is because until this process is finalized, the TCA will continue to play its critical role in delivering strategic infrastructure projects that support both equitable access and economic growth. It will also continue to implement ministerial directives and facilitate accelerated delivery of the critical and strategic projects, namely the Berg River Flowway Augmentation Scheme, the Transboundary Lesotho Highlands Water, Mugolo Crocodile Water Augmentation Project, and Umzimvubu Water. There will be no vacuum whilst we are putting together the NWRIA. In conclusion, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, the Water Research Commission remains central to strengthening the sector through research, innovation, and capacity development. Its work continues to support evidence-based decision-making skills development and technology advancement with a focus of inclusivity and transformation. The Acting Director General, DDG Mate, and the rest of the team will now take members through the presentation which we have already shared with the committee. Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Minister, and all of the best also with the opening of that bridge today. We saw that bridge when we were there for oversight. Most probably early next year, the committee would go back to Lesotho and see what is the progress. Nosipu, may I request you to write a letter of condolences to the DG concerning the loss of his mother on behalf of this committee, please. Honorable Reddy, I see your hand is up.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the Minister. And I agree with you, our deepest condolences to the DG. Perhaps we could send him some flowers as well. Chairperson, can we just remind the presenters that they should not be reading these presentations, just focus on the highlights and make it a commentary on the presentation, please. You've said that, you said it before. I just want to make that reminder so that presenters will be aware of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for reminding us, Honorable Reddy. Can I ask that the presenters, we don't want to see your vision and your mission statements, just go into the gist of the work. I'm going to allow each and every one of you 20 minutes to do your presentation. As Honorable Reddy has also indicated, just highlight the bad and the good, and not to read page by page. So we have received your presentation beforehand, and we have gone through that. This is mere just for you to highlight so that we can have ample time to ask questions. I am now requesting the DG to do the presentation on behalf of the department, or the acting DG. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to the Honorable Minister and DMs and the entire Portfolio Committee.
Acting DG, my sincere apology. This is streamed. I would like, if it is possible, to open each and every person that speaks, just to open their video, so that people outside could also see who is speaking, and that it's just not a name. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Chair. I think we are now on TV, much more clearer now. The DWS top management, it's in the same place. We only have the provincial heads online, and also Ubabala, who is also connecting online. We will share the presentation, Chair, amongst ourselves. It's myself. I'll do the first few slides, high level, and then Babala will take the slide 12 to 47, high level, and the CFO will deal with the financial part of the presentation. I think just to kick off, the first slide basically is slide 4, which just to highlight the constitutional provision, which is quite clear, and we're aware on the roles and the responsibilities covered from our Bill of Rights. And of course, Chair, what we are trying to emphasize on that, it's what has always been central on how we are working through Section 156 through our Constitution. But of critical, it's to emphasize that the Section 139 of the Constitution, although it enables the minister or the department to intervene, we still have some of those limitations. And this has been quite central. And I think in most of our conversations and submissions by the department, Minister has been emphasizing that point. So that slide is just to rehash and reaffirm the constitutional provision as per our Constitution on what the department is expected to do and what the municipalities are supposed to do, as we know that they are our water service authorities and they've got the powers for the water service provision. So we are just elevating that point. And then in the next slide, which is slide number 5, Chair and members, we are just re-elevating again the National Development Plan. I think Minister in the presentation covered the part of this. You've had reaffirm that there has been quite a lot of progress in terms of access to clean water to the different sectors in the country. But what has actually been critical, of course, as we go towards 2030 through our NDP, we are having some institutional reforms and realignment, which the department has been mandated, a part of which Minister touched based on was the establishment of the CMAs, the agency that Minister spoke about in essence now, and of course to create those regional water and wastewater utilities and the independent economic regulator. We are of the view, Chair and members, that there is actually a partial achievement of the implementation of the NDP 2030. And you will see later why we emphasize that point, because when you benchmark the SDG 6 for 2030 vis-a-vis the current state of our water and sanitation services in the country, you can tell that while there is a partial development or growth, we still have issues of reliability, which is a challenge. And then the next slide is just to summarize the SDG goals. And we must emphasize the point here, Chair, before I move to the next slide, that globally, the United Nations have accepted that there is a highest possibility that we won't reach the SDG goal number 6. So South Africa is not isolated from the global communities on the challenges of access to water and sanitation. And as a country, we have a similar challenge. While we have made a significant improvement in terms of access to water, you will see in the next slide. But when it comes to the reliability, that has been a concern. And the poor performance against the SDG goals are actually clearer pictured through our drop reports, which we have published. So this slide seeks to link the SDG goals vis-a-vis the current state of affairs and how we are looking going forward. Chair, this slide, I won't talk much about it. It's specifically to elevate that while we have made significant improvement since 1994 in terms of access to water, issues of reliability has been a concern throughout the country. Not everyone has access to water whenever they need the water due to some of the challenges that we're having of intermittent water supply in the country, even in some metro areas. But Minister elevated a point that there is the grants that we use at the department, WSIG, but there's also an acceleration plan to deal with the unserved communities through the integration of your rainwater harvesting, spring protection, even boreholes. These, among others, are programs that the department is accelerating to ensure that we close the gap in terms of access to water so that there's at least 100% access in all the residents. And of course, the department is not working in isolation. We work directly with the municipalities as they are directly given the authorities for water provision in our municipalities. The next slide is Minister touched highly on this, specifically that while we have the current water challenges, and we have emphasized this, Chair, that as the department, when you look at the current status of our water resources, while we're at a balance and we have enough for the security of the company, the issues of access in terms of drinking water, that has been a concern. And there is a water crisis committee, which we're all aware that the president has established. The department has actually made inputs to that and elevating the programs that the department will be doing to support and report in alignment with the mandate given to the minister by the president. So we are just emphasizing that point, is just elevating the issues that the committee is actually well aware. The next few slides, as I close off the first part, is on the water and sanitation in Indaba. Minister did touch on this, but what we thought we need to elevate, Chair, is there have been quite some progress in some provinces after we made our water sanitation in Indaba last year, and this year Minister had a virtual one, and we published the drop result. But municipalities do develop what we call the corrective action plans, but what has been lacking is to accelerate the implementation of those corrective action plans. Issues of ring fencing, yes, there are pockets of progress, but it's not yet where we want to see it. And the issues of non-revenue water or development of water conservation and demand management by these municipalities, there are pockets of improvement, but it's not exactly where we want it to be. So all these components are within the authorities of the municipalities, which of course as a department will offer that support through our water services section. The last slide that I want to talk to is just to finalize on the Municipal Systems Act as part of the water and sanitation in Indaba. Chair, you would have heard that there's been quite a lot of work that was done, especially on our metros. There's what we call the metro trading reforms, which focuses on our municipalities, the metro municipalities, which is run through National Treasury and the City Support Program. That has made some progress in terms of developing the turnaround strategies and the issues of ring fencing, reducing water losses, improving water quality, and ensuring that you professionalize the running of the water business is what is central to this turnaround strategy. So we are elevating that. That is one of those benchmarking points that as the department in our water and sanitation endeavor we have elevated. And of course, the issues of Section 78 where there's a failure to provide a service as a municipality or water service authority, the consultative process through Section 78 is what we have been actually emphasizing for municipalities to ensure that they undertake. And this is the council resolution developed the program, Chair, that it takes the council to sit and go through this process so that they can be able to appoint a water service provider. That, in a nutshell, is a high-level, Chair, to give a state of water and sanitation services in emphasis to what the minister has actually elevated. The next slides, from slide 11 to 47, will be handled by Babalwa to take us through the whole plan. Thank you, Chair. Babalwa.
Thank you, Acting DG. I want to start with this one, just an indication of the legislative mandate of the department, and the subsequent slide also is an indication of our mandates as the water and sanitation sector.
My apology. Can you maybe just move your camera? We see the top portion of your face and the roof. If you don't mind, That's better. That's better then. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You may continue.
Yes. Then the next couple of slides, from slide 14 to 15, it is just re-emphasizing what the acting DG and the minister indicated on the status of the water security in the country. And from slide 16, we also highlighting the need to actually broaden the water mix and what we are planning to do in the subsequent years. Then from slide 17, this is just to indicate in a slight more detail about the publishing of the blue, green, and no drop reports and progress reports that the minister mentioned. It just highlights the details of the green drop report and what was actually audited, which is in slide 17. In slide 18, it actually indicates the results of the green drop, which was the full report, which we found that there is a slight regression from the previous report, with 7 of the wastewater treatment system losing their green drop certification, and then some municipal wastewater systems that actually did not perform well in the current cycle. And then we're also highlighting the performance of the private sector and public entities wastewater systems there in the last bullet. The subsequent slide is just a graphical map of the results. You'll see that the red or the orange color actually indicates those areas where the wastewater systems did not perform very well. Then there's slide 20. It's just the risk rating for the blue drop risk rating. And then that actually indicates the number of systems that had the highest and the lowest risk, and those that are actually critical in terms of compliance. And then slide 21 is an indication of the map of those systems where they actually lie countrywide. If you go to slide 22, it is the water use efficiency, which is the no drop. That also, it is also a risk rating. And then the percentage of the systems that actually had the highest risk and those that are actually had the lowest risk. And then slide 23 is actually the map that indicates where those systems actually lie. And then in slide 24, this is just a summary of what the department plans to do over the coming financial year to ensure that there's functionality and improvement in the compliance. Then we are going to use those infrastructure grants that the acting DG spoke to, and also support in terms of capacity and institutional strengthening, and our regulatory systems will also be strengthened going forward. And then I am going to go to the annual performance plan targets, which is slide 26. This is just the alignment that we have to comply with. You'll know that we've mentioned the acting DG, the Sustainable Development Goals, the NDP, the Medium-Term Development Plan, our strategy, and also, of course, the Presidential State of the Nation Address. Then from slide 27 and 28 of the presentation, this is the standard compliance requirements, regulatory requirements from the department. So I'm not going to go into it. This is what we have retained. And then also slide 29 and 30, it is also the standard requirements that we have as the department, which talks to the support to the SMMEs. Slide 30, it talks to also our financial turnaround, which we plan to sustain, and also international relation programs that we're actually planning to implement over the financial year. On slide 31, this is just a point of emphasis I'd want to make. The Minister and the acting DG mentioned the establishment of the entities. The first indicator that talks to water resources institutions that relates to the CMAs, that we are now that they're established, we are going to assess their performance. The second one talks to the full establishment of the infrastructure agency. That is what the Minister actually mentioned about. We're planning to have that process finalized by the end of the financial year. Then the others, it talks to the existing water boards, which are assisting our performance. So that is it in the first program. Then we go to the water resources management program that talks to our planning aspects in terms of our water resources planning measures that we plan to develop. It is also standard. Honorable members, if you allow me, I will not go into detail on that one. Slide 33. Also, it talks to our monitoring programs that we are planning to sustain and maintain, and also the supporting infrastructure that actually assists us in monitoring this information that we have. It's also standard. Then if you go to slide 34, it then relates to the infrastructure projects that the Minister was talking to in terms of the bulk raw water projects that we are going to have under construction, our maintenance plan that we are planning to implement over the medium term is also there, and that goes through to slide 35. It is the same information. And then if you go to slide 36, then it talks to the strengthening of those regulatory or ecological infrastructure activities that we're planning to implement over the medium term, and the supporting wastewater management plans that we are planning to have over the medium term. Then slide 37 then indicates our plans in terms of the regulatory prescripts that we had indicated we want to strengthen. We start with the legislative and strategies that we have to have. You'll see that the one thing that I'd want to highlight in this slide is that we have delegated the low-risk processing of applications to licenses to the CMAs. We have retained the high-risk license applications in the department, so that we still retain, and we are planning to have an oversight monitoring on the affairs that we have actually delegated to the CMA. So the last two indicators, the 344 and 435, relates to what I'm actually talking to. Slide 38 indicates also the water research levies and the processes of establishing this independent water economic regulator, and also the monitoring of dam owners over the medium term. Slide 39 is an indication that we are not going to be publishing the full report, but a progress report. But one thing I would want to highlight is that for those systems that did not fare well in the published green report, those are the ones that we're actually going to focus on over the medium term and in the current financial year. Then if you go to slide 40, it talks to the third program, which is the Water Services Management Program, where our grants lie. The first activities that we're planning to do there is our support to the municipality reliability plans, which is what the acting DG mentioned. You'll see that we had assisted the municipality in the previous financial years, develop their reliability plans, and then we plan to have those monitored over the medium term. Also, the water services performance, also we plan to have that sustained over the medium term. That is also standard. Then slide 41, it is just an indication of the feasibility projects, the pipeline, the planning of the projects that we plan to have in the water services space, and those that we actually plan to have under construction, and also the completion of those projects, and the targets are there. And then budget for facility projects, which is the next slide, slide 42, are those ones that actually come, which are the mega projects. We also plan to have under construction over the medium term, and these are multi-year mega projects over R1 billion worth. So those are the numbers that we have over the medium term. Slide 43 is also an indication of the small projects, water services infrastructure grant. This is what the acting DG actually mentioned in terms of supporting that access for the unserved communities. Most of these projects that are in this space address that. We still do have in the current financial year the ministerial interventions that we plan to implement, and also the completion of the bulk sewer projects that we have been implementing in the previous financial year. Then slide 44 is just an indicating of these numbers that I actually mentioned in this current financial year 26-27 per province, and which grant is also going to be sponsoring these ones, and also the total for construction and completion per province. Then the last set of slides also just indicates, which is slide 45, the irrigation schemes that we're planning to have assessed in terms of the water losses. And of course, we plan to publish the full no-drop report in this current financial year. Then slide 47, it is also an indication of our intention to publish the full Blue Drop report, and also still continue to monitor those water supply systems that did not perform well in the previous Blue Drop report. Then that is my last slide, Chairperson, and thank you very much. I'll hand over to the CFO.
Yeah, thank you. You've already used up your time. I'll give you another 5 minutes to conclude. Thank you. CFO.
Well, thank you, and greetings, Chairperson, and to the committee, Minister, and DM's colleagues. we will work within the allocated 5 minutes. Chairperson, this slide summarizes our estimates of national expenditure. We do have a detailed budget report, which we can refer to as we make the presentation. It's just a summary to indicate that over the MTF, the department, including the water trading entity, has been allocated 130 billion, and a portion of that relates to revenue generated through the sales of water. And maybe just to summarize the slide is to confirm that we have, as a department, aligned our budget vote for 2-1 with the annual performance plans, the procurement plans, and project implementation plans. And during the year, as soon as we are ready to finalize the incorporation and establishment of the South African National Water Resources Infrastructure Agency, we will be realigning our budget in respect of the water trading entity. Then on slide number 50, this is the department's budget, the main account. Maybe what is key here is to indicate that the Water Services Management Program is still one of our significant programs. The budget is 63% of the overall budget over the MTF. And also to highlight that a significant portion of this budget relates to transfers and subsidies, which is 61% of the allocation over the MTF. And the next slide is the water trading entity with 59 billion over the MTF. And for the 26-27 financial year, the allocation there is 18 billion. And as indicated in the previous slide, there will be realignment of this budget as we conclude on the infrastructure agency. Slide number 52 is a summary of the conditional grants to local government, both for the regional bulk infrastructure grant and water services infrastructure grant. These are the direct transfers that we are making to the various municipalities. We have also attached a detailed annexure there with allocations per province, per municipality, per project, as previously requested by the committee. And then the slide number 53, these are the indirect infrastructure grant allocations, both again the RBIG as well as the WISIF. On the WISIF, grant is 4 billion over the MTF, and on the RBIG is 10 billion. And we do have also a breakdown of the projects which are part of the annexure here. And then this slide, Chairperson, is a summary of all the transfers that we are making to our entities, including the WTE, which will be changing as indicated earlier on. We also have the CMAs, which my colleagues made reference to. So those are the transfers that we are making throughout the MTF. And also we have the water boards. So we do have monitoring systems as well as oversight mechanisms to ensure that all these transfers that we are making to these institutions, including the municipalities, are used for the intended purpose. And this slide, which is the last slide on the main presentation, summarizes the infrastructure projects for the financial year. We have 437 in total, both the RBIG and WISIF, and we also reconcile the allocations that we have made, 12 billion, 7 being RBIG and 5.7 billion being WISIF. The details, as I've said, are available and will be able to engage with the committee regarding questions and comments. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Can we move to TCTA? Can you do your presentation? Honorable Reddy, before I go ahead, your hand is up.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. May I suggest, and I want to make this as a constructive suggestion, the three items on the agenda today are not necessarily related. Each has its own specific challenges and issues. May I suggest that the committee be given the opportunity to interrogate each report after they are presented. I'm really making a genuine appeal to you to consider this, Chairperson, because otherwise it means that after the 3 separate presentations, we are given 3 minutes to be able to respond to all those issues. Rather, at the end of each presentation, give us the opportunity to be able to integrate the report, interrogate the reports. I thank you, Chairperson.
Can we maybe arrange it this way around, Honourable Reddy? I would like to give you the full opportunity to discuss or ask questions. Could I then ask that we do the following? Let's take all 3 presentations now. And then after that, we have a first round of questions just to the department and conclude that. And then we go to the next and then to the last one. Would that be sufficient?
Chairperson, may I come in for a minute, please? I'd gladly accept that. But the problem is that, I'm sure all of us here, issues are fresh now after the presentation. When we move on to Trans-Caledon, it now becomes a completely different ballgame. It's a specific entity we're dealing with. And I would rather, instead of us wasting time, let's interrogate the report that we had now. Give us a global time for interaction from committee, and thereafter we move on to the next presentation. I'm really making this appeal, Chairperson, because the issues that are being raised are critical and they're important, not only for the committee, but for South Africans at large. Thank you.
Can I ask the committee members, I don't want to waste some time now, can we maybe have a discussion on this after this meeting quickly on the way forward on this? I really don't want to waste time. We've got the minister here. I would also like the minister to deal with Trans-Caledon and the Water Research Commission. And that's why I'm really pushing for time. There's 1 hour left. Is it possible, Honourable Reddy, that we continue this way? I will allow you to ask questions on the department and then go to Trans-Caledon. So the first round of questions will be to the department, and then we will go to Trans-Caledon and that. And then after this meeting, we can have a discussion quickly. I need to speak to each and every one of you concerning our oversight or our, not oversight, but our public participation meetings as well as Thursday's meeting.
Chair, in the interest of time, let's proceed. I think we can discuss this after our committee meeting.
I much appreciated. Trans-Caledon, can you continue?
Good morning.
Your 20 minutes starts now. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Chair of the Portfolio Committee, good morning. Greetings also to all the members of the Portfolio Committee. Greetings to the DWS Minister, Minister Majodina, and also the Deputy Ministers present today from the Department of Water and Sanitation, and greetings to all the department personnel, including TCTA members and also WRC and everyone on the call today. My name is Precious Sibia. I'm the chairperson of the board of TCTA. Chair, we are here to present the corporate plan for the upcoming financial year. And just adding to what the minister has said earlier, our honorable minister mentioned it earlier that for TCTA, it is business as usual, even though we are undergoing the transition to the agency, the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency. Until the disestablishment of TCTA, we will submit the corporate plan, and that is the guidance that we have received also from National Treasury. I am here with the CE who will quickly run through the presentation about the key performance areas for TCTA, and also then the CFO will then run through the financial aspects of that plan that we are presenting today. Chair, I will hand over to the CEO, Mr. Pesisi Chemane, and then thereafter Andisa Zinja will then deal with the financial aspects. Thank you very much, Chair.
Good morning. I'm just trying to deal with the echo, Chair. Okay, I hope I'm audible.
You
Chair.
are audible, you can continue.
Yes, Chair. This is the outline of the presentation, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. I think as the committee has asked, can we switch off?
Seems you guys are not organized in Lesotho.
Apologize, Chair. It's not easy to connect in Lesotho. Really apologize, Chair.
100%. Thank you, Minister.
Chair, I'm just going.
We have the highest summit here, more than 3,000 meters above sea level.
Okay, yeah, but let's get the work done. You must make a plan. Thank you very much.
Now I'm not moving the presentation. I'm not moving the presentation. Okay. Chair, I'm not going to spend time on this. I think in terms of the direction that you gave, I'm just fleshing up these slides. Hey. Wow. Hey.
Can I ask, it seems you guys are struggling. Sort yourselves out there, and then I will ask Water Research Commission to continue with their presentation whilst TCTA is sorting out their difficulties in Lesotho. Can we then ask Water Research Commission, can you maybe continue in the meantime?
Dr. Milamu?
You are audible, you can continue.
Chair, good morning. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You can continue.
Yes. Chair, please, can you give me a minute to sort out my camera? But in the meantime, let me greet you, Chair and honorable members. Greetings to Honorable Minister and the DMs on the call. Also greet my colleagues. Chair, we will be presenting the annual plan for the current financial year 2026 and 2027. I am joined on the call by the CE, Dr. Jen Molondwa, as well as the acting CFO and executive on the call. In the interest of time, I will allow the CE and the acting CFO to just come in, Chair. Over to you, CEO. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Continue.
Thank you. Many members, I'll stand on the protocol that's already established. This slide just goes to show our WRC mandate as per the WRC Act of 1971. Next slide, please. Next slide. And also it talks to then our strategic intent being our vision, mission, as well as our shared values within the organization. Next slide, please. In terms of our triggers or factors of influence, we have acknowledged the external and internal factors that affect or that contribute towards us having to have this plan, which is derived from the strategy. But I think in the main two critical areas of concern, which are externalized, include climate change as well as digital transformation. Next slide, please. And we have subsequently analyzed our SWOT and also identified that there is generally a decrease in water research, and this affects what we usually used to have as leverage funds from co-funders or donors that were contributing towards this, as well as the limitation of the uptake of the Water Research Commission research outputs and products, which have been invested for by the South African water users, bulk water suppliers in the main, and there's less uptake in this regard. Next slide, please. Our priorities are centered around knowledge generation and dissemination, prioritize funding of water and sanitation FDI, development and adaptation and resilient research, development and innovation for national water security, as well as national, regional, continental, and global research, development, and innovation impact, skills development and capacity buildings, human capital development. We doing a stakeholder-centric research agenda and expansion of the South African footprint through centers of excellence. Next slide, please. And Chair, this then talks to how we have broken down the organization into firstly the administration, research, development, and innovation, as well as stakeholder and communication being the two key areas that are implementing the mandate. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Chair, in terms of our 5-year strategy, we are in the first year of its implementation, and our key focus is on securing South Africa's water future through the strategic plan. And our key outcomes in this regard includes having an informed society through the use of our knowledge solutions produced, innovative sector where we are producing a number.
You've been cut off, or it's myself. Can I just find out from other members?
It's off, Chair.
Yeah, can we just get reconnected, please? Water Research Commission, can you just deal with the connectivity problem, please?
Chair, we are going to try and sort it out quickly if you bear with us. Apologies.
Thank you.
Chair, we're taking the call from different places. Apologies, I'm still trying to get hold of the team at the office.
All right, can't you just continue with the presentation, please? Couldn't you assist us with that?
Okay, Chair, I'm going to try. If I may, Chair, as indicated, we're currently implementing our 5-year strategy. Last financial year was the first year of its implementation. Some of the strategic outcomes are captured on this slide, and they are to ensure that we have an informed society and that our strategies and policies are based on science, we are focusing we want to make sure that we're an innovative sector. So we fund and support universities and some of the innovators, including SMMEs, to develop and commercialize technologies. You'd see that we have a target of 20 sites for the next 5 years. And of course, as the minister indicated earlier, one of our key drivers is to ensure that the water sector is transformed, whereby we support Black emerging researchers, in particular women. Chair must say we started this year, and I know at an appropriate time we'll be able to share the outcomes of our interventions in the previous financial year. We will be able to show how we are advancing that transformation. The problem, Chair, is that I don't have control of the slide.
Yes.
So I'm not able to move. Are you back, CE?
I'm back, Chair. I was kicked out. Yes, we are on the tables. Thank you very much, Chair, and apologies, members, we are kicked out. We now have the APP that shows our annual medium-term targets. And here, one of the first outcome on an informed society, we are focusing on initiated research projects where we have focused on breaking down, primarily focusing on water quality and health, as well as water use research projects, as well as water availability and climate change. And these we've broken down into the percentages out of the whole basket of the projects that we initiate. In terms of knowledge dissemination, we are focusing on the publications, which we call science publications, as well as making presentation to stakeholders. And those are also broken down into 12 and 15 respectively. In terms of international knowledge dissemination events convened with core partners, we have identified that we will do 2 on stakeholder management, having 8 strategic stakeholder engagements that we need to complete over the year. Next slide, please. In terms of the technological innovations that we produce, as well as non-technological innovations that we produce, and demonstration of these technologies. Here we are focusing on having 8, 6, and 4 respectively. Chair, in terms of a transformed water sector, we are supporting students for capacity building purposes, and in the year that we are about to start, we've aimed at producing 250 or supporting 255 students while doing training development initiatives with international partners, 4 of these, which is 1 per quarter. In terms of women-led projects, Chair, our focus is on 22 and incrementally increasing those. While on SMMEs, we are planning that the percentage spend of 30% overall must go towards women, youth, and people living with disability, respectively. Next slide, please. We also intend to build an agile organization. Can you see what's happening? It's not coming through. An agile organization, Chair, where we are conducting training and interventions for employees, as well as employee engagements and implementation of the digital transformation strategy. And in this regard, we're planning to have 16 trainings, 5 employee engagements, as well as 60% implementation of the transformation strategy, which is now going into its 2nd year of implementation. From a financially sustainable organization, we're looking at our liquidity ratios, where we're focusing on the current and the cash ratios, which determine if the WRC would be able to service its liabilities in case of any utilizing its assets. And in this case, we are planning to perform above the norm, which is 2:1, and on the cash ratio above 1. On leverage agreements, we are intending to engage 5 leverage partnership agreements, and some of these would be co-funded and others would be funded, and we pursue this through our business development process. In terms of our payment of invoices, also we have the target of achieving 80%. Next slide, please. Yes. And then, Chair, we have broken down these respectively into the different quarters. Some of the percentages would be cumulatively as per quarter, which would be reflected by the different percentages or the different numbers, while others, such as, next slide, please, 4.1.1, there we are focusing on a cumulative as per year to date, which would be 16. And next slide, please, 4.1.1. Next slide, Zuko. Can we have the next slide to bring on our finances? You can also pass the slide, thanks. Okay, can you go on to the next slide, please? And Chair, with your permission, I'll invite the acting CFO to take us through the budget and expenditure plan for the financial year. Next slide, please.
Good morning, Chair, honourable members, ministers, deputy ministers. I will then take you through the budget and the financial implications. So the revenue budget for the WRC consists of mainly the levy income, which is our primary income source, and then from there on it's supplemented with our leverage income and our interest and other income sources. Our leverage income remains an important component for our income streams, as it enables us to do work that we would sometimes not be able to do because of limited funding in respect of the levy income. For the 26-27 financial year, we have budgeted for a 362 million levy income, and I just want to highlight that this considered a request for an increase in the levy tariff increase for 4.6. However, in March we received an increase of 3.6 with the concurrence of the minister, and this will then have to be incorporated in our revised budget forecasts during the year, which we will be processing soon. And then just on the levy income for the out years and other income sources, we do look at our inflation outlook. When we're doing our budget, we look at our requirements from an operational perspective, as well as historical trends, to make sure that we are able to meet our objectives in our strategy. And this will then be, we will look at a full zero-based budgeting approach to make sure that all expenditure items are evaluated and justified on an annual basis. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so for the current financial year and the outer years, we've utilized also reserves that has been included in the budget. In terms of the National Treasury Instruction Note, where we got an approval from National Treasury to utilize previous reserves, we should include this in the budget, and that we have included in the budget. 51.3 million was reflected in the previous slide now for utilization of reserves in the current year, and it's used primarily for the purpose of strategic projects that has been identified by the WRC, as well as to cover existing research activities. Some of the activities that we were planning for strategic projects for the WRC was the capital investment required for the move to the new premises, new research projects in furtherance of the mandate, which with a specific focus on the program that will support 50 candidates for PhD and postdoctorate. So it's an emerging researchers program that we have established. And then further, we've identified research corporate social investment initiatives, where we want to identify schools where we will be utilizing the innovations and deploying the innovations that the WRC has to also contribute to the water and sanitation challenges that we're experiencing in sanitation. So for that, we've identified municipalities and schools where we will be doing that. And then the last item that will be used for digital transformation strategy. In respect of the program resource allocation, it's broken down into the 3 pillars, which is the administration, the research, development, innovation, and the stakeholder and communications. The research and stakeholder also includes the component related to the HR cost that is allocated to those areas where the employees are mostly appointed or mainly only appointed for the purpose of fulfilling the functions in that specific areas. And this will result in a percentage of approximately 63% for the 26-27 year, linked to the research, development and stakeholders, so the full mandate of the WRC, which is also then aligned to our strategy that we have to meet 65% over the 5 years. Next slide, please. This slide just presents the detailed breakdown per category of expenditure that the WRC has, and where the fixed cost mainly relates to the premises and security cost. Running cost would be all our operational type of expenditure, with the resource being the focus, and as well as the stakeholder and communication. The big reason for the big value in the capital expenditure for the 26-27 year with the decline in the outer years is due to the fact that, as indicated, there's a digital transformation strategy that the WRC is planning to implement by utilizing also the reserves from the previous years. So that is why there's a decline in the outer years. Otherwise, all other categories considers inflation projections, except for where there's specific contracts such as a lease that dictates the increased terms. Next slide, please. That's all from my side. Back to you, CEO.
Just to try and save time, the last few slides, Chair, talks to the strategic risks and mitigations. And these are really, we've looked at risks that may impede us from executing this plan in terms of the outcomes that have related. There's a number of them where we've indicated the risks as well as the mitigations. Next slide. Okay, and on the RDI side, we have planned to have a broader dissemination strategy, which also looking at development of a new smart webpage and a knowledge hub, and also repackaging some of our information into different targeting specific stakeholder groupings. Next slide, please. And also in terms of a stakeholder expectation, I think it's a big risk for us, this one, where stakeholders, once we've demonstrated this, successfully demonstrated some of our innovations, Chair, such as the school sanitation program, the expectation from the different schools would be that the WRC would be implementing. However, that demonstration of these technologies, Chair, it's in order to get the rest of government to really see it for what it really is, where they are water efficient sanitation system, and that there can be uptake through the provinces for the schools and national government for human settlements. Next slide, please. And this also talks to the slow adoption of these technologies. And we've said how we will do more robust demonstrations as well as promotions. But Chair, the investment that has been made should be taken up. Next slide, please. In terms of the skilled science and engineering candidates, we have over the last few years made meaningful contribution in terms of student development, capacity building. We've even gone a step further to now support postgraduates, which are postdocs, and also ensuring that these can come back and also be part of the researchers pool. However, Chair, it's important to note that the student impact that the WRC is making, it's a reflection, it's absorbed by the untransformed society, wherein we know that the studies of math, science, engineering, and technology are limited, and therefore that is how we're having some of these challenges. Thanks. Next slide, please. Yes, and this also goes towards equity and redress within the water sector. The WRC has made this contribution in line with the National Development Plan. Next slide, please. And then also non-compliance to some of the prescripts, where we are now having our checklists, also ensuring that the policy is always updated, and then also doing awareness on the policy and reducing both irregular and fruitless expenditure. Next slide, please. In terms of succession planning, we have focused our efforts within the HR space on management development and training, as well as introduction of change management as well as then implementing the succession planning. And next slide, which also talks to, we are looking to define the organizational culture also through surveys and action plans for implementation. And then in terms of digital transformation, we have made the money available in terms of implementing. That also includes ICT change management and continuous upskilling of our teams. So I think this is the last slide. Okay. And this one talks to really the dependency on ad hoc projects that may increase the risk of capabilities as well as the spread and human resource overload. And for that, we will be doing risk assessment. And then in terms of the levy to leverage chair, we are driving more to getting more leverage funding, as we understand that due to the fiscal constraints, the levy percentage increase has been decreased. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that presentation. Can we now try Transcaledon again? And now you've got only 15 minutes to do your presentation. TCTA?
Yes, Chair, we have arranged with the department to assist us with this. This is the part of the presentation that we're going to do. I'm starting with slide 9 because, Chair, as you directed, some of the slides are more in terms of TCTA and what we do. But I think in terms of the imminent changes, as the Minister has actually said that we won't be submitting the corporate plan to DWS and National Treasury, but the agency will through its accounting authority yet to be announced. And I think we are talking also in relation to what the President has said last year in terms of proclamation notice 247 of 2025. And this has to do with the establishment of the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency. Can we go to slide 11? Slide 11, we're just talking about strategic goals. Objective 1 to 4 are the normal ones that we do, but we've included Objective 5, which talks about the securing the transfer of TCTA's commercial enterprise to enable a smooth transition to the planned National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency. But except for that, it's what we do. And I think raising funding, implementing capital projects, operating and maintaining designated projects to meet the department's requirements and managing debt are things that will still be happening despite all the changes that are coming. The next one is, I think, the issue of the State of the Nation address has been quite covered by the Minister, so I will go to slide 19. Because I think most of these, the Minister has actually covered quite well in her opening. The slide 20 just shows the our response to government priority in the water sector. And these are the projects that we will be just highlighting what we are doing. We have Mzimvubu, where our role is advisory. We have Nwamitwa Dam project. We also have a role that is advisory as well. And then I'll touch base on the projects at implementation phase and also the assets that we as TCTA are operating as well. The first one is the Mzimvubu project, and I think taking this as having been circulated, we're just talking about the purpose, the project infrastructure scope, and the key priority activities for 26-27 would now be the completion of the 17-kilometer access road and the construction of the Ntabelanga Dam. As I've said, we are the advisory, but the implementing authority really stays with the department. So we are working with the department in terms of ensuring that this is achieved. The next one is the Nwamitwa Dam as well. Here we have an advisory role. And here also the implementing authority is the department, and TCTA is providing support services. And we are specifically looking in terms of the raising of commercial funding for the project. What our activities would be for the 26-27 year is appointment of the professional service provider to conduct the bridging study, and the PSP to conduct bridging study for the project to determine the water users and their affordability, and looking at whether the project is commercially viable or not. And like some of the other projects, we have started engaging with National Treasury, especially where there are issues of affordability as well, and we hope they will come to the party as well, should it be found that the outcome of the work that we'll be doing is actually talking about the affordability. The project at implementation phase is the Mokolo Crocodile River Augmentation Project, which we'll call MAQUAP today, and Berg River Full Flow Augmentation Scheme, Bravas, and the Mkomazi Water Project Phase 1. The MAQUAP project, this one is exactly what will keep us busy this particular year, because it's fully in our hand as TCTA. And you can see the scope, the project charter commitments. But what we plan to do, we are already starting from last year, looking at site establishment and commencement of earthwork activities for the weir and pump station, procurement of long lead components, pipes, and critical materials, award of the construction contractor for the river management system. What I need to highlight here, Chair, and I think I must apologize, this is supposed to be, say, in 26, 27. We already have our contractor on site. The delay was caused by the foot and mouth disease, where we had to engage with the farmers who we had to mitigate the risk to their livestock as well. But all of those have actually been resolved, and I think we are this week or the next week going to now start with the site establishment, but everything is already submitted and our people are already on the ground. So for this particular year and the next year, the focus will really be on starting. And in terms of our timelines, everything is going according to plan, so there are no delays at this particular point in time. The Berg River Full Flow Augmentation Scheme, we will be this year appointing the design PSP, concluding the detailed design and the technical specifications for construction, developing tender documents for the main contractor, and issuing the tender document to the market. One of the things that we are busy with that is a bit problematic is the acquisition of 100% of land and servitude rights. These are the areas that look small in terms of what we need to do, but unless we have access and we have secured the servitude rights, these are some of the issues that have actually delayed us. But for Berg River Full Flow Augmentation Scheme as well, there were some other issues that we were dealing with some of the people that actually tendered for the process. But we are at the tail end of addressing those particular issues. And I think in a month or two, we should be at a point where we can actually continue with the project. But we will keep the portfolio committee updated in terms of where we are on the project. The Umkomazi Water Project, what we are doing at this stage is the complete site surveys and geotechnical investigations for both the dam and the tunnel, conclude the tender design studies, and initiate the tender process to approach the market for the appointment of the construction contractor. Even on this project, Chair, perhaps what I need to just highlight is we always talk about service delivery in terms of making sure that water gets to the communities and to the industries that need water. But the developing thread as well is people on the ground, and maybe it makes sense as well, are starting to say, if there's a project this size, we are also demanding jobs, and they are looking at that 30% that they actually feel that it's their right, if I were to put it that way. So there's a lot of developments in this case, starting with the so-called construction mafias, but also on the ground, access to some of these projects, especially this one. When we engaged, and I'm happy that the minister allocated the deputy minister as well to help us with this project as well. Some of the issues in terms of our projects are, we are seen as one government. I might be making this statement here from Komazi, but it covers the other project as well, where if the communities on the ground have any issues with government, they actually see us as one government. And some of the unrelated issues then are used to say, as long as government comes here, we want all our other issues to be addressed. I think that's a big risk because most of the, or some of the other issues are not related to our project, and yet they lead to the delays that we have at this particular point in time. And this increases the cost, and the delivery timelines are actually affected as well. Acid mine drainage, on this one, we are doing quite well, Chair. I think in the past years, we had some issues based on our access to the services that we required, especially because the kind of the pumps that we use are submersible pumps, and the water is quite acidic, but we've been able to secure other suppliers, and at this stage we are doing quite well in terms of how we are managing the short-term solution in terms of the acid mine drainage. But going forward, this is an area that we have to look at because there is potential source of water when we start looking at those basins. And for TCTA and the agency itself, the process of reclaiming the water, it's almost over 80% similar to the process where we are talking about desalination. So I think from that end, we won't, I think as a country, spend as much money as we are spending going forward, looking at building more dams. But I think in the future, we'll have to start looking at even the seawater for desalination in terms of ensuring that there's water security for South Africa, because we do have over 3,000 kilometers of the sea. So I think it's something that we'll have to look at. The Lesotho Highlands Water Project, we are responsible for the operations and maintenance of the Delivery Tunnel North, which means as soon as underground the water passes the border between Lesotho and South Africa, the minister has actually mandated us to look at operating and maintaining that part of the infrastructure until water comes into South Africa. And I think last year we did well in terms of the maintenance that we had to deal with. And at this stage, what we are saying is for 26-27, we will continue to fulfill our obligations to operate and maintain this particular tunnel Delivery North, to ensure that there are no unplanned outages and anything that would affect the delivery of water into South Africa. So this we are doing quite well, and we don't expect that there will be issues relating to it. Slide 29. Or we can even go to slide 30, where we're talking about the borrowing program. It should be understood by the portfolio that TCTA doesn't get any money from the fiscus. So whatever we have to do is coming from two levels. Firstly is the money generated out of the revenue in terms of the end users that pay the water boards, that pay the department, and then finally TCTA. The second part is where the minister, with the concurrence of the Minister of Finance, would actually give us the mandate to go and raise funding. As we are looking at TCTA, we looking at having a net funding requirement totaling 798 million over the next 3 years from 26-27. And I'll try and break it down. The program addresses funding requirements of Bravas, Lesotho, Umkomazi, and the Makwap, which are all at implementation stage. Most of the funding of these requirements will be raised from banks, development finance institutions, and capital markets. However, the social funding is an important contributor to the Umkomazi water project and to Makwap, as our government guarantees and indemnities that underpin commercial funding. Minister did highlight in the earlier that we need to look at the unserved communities as well. And in certain instances, we have these massive projects and we are not dealing with the locals around. And that's where the social components come in. And we are just here saying for Lesotho Highlands Water Project, We are delayed a bit, but the new loan facility in the amount of 13 billion has actually been arranged because the JSE had some issues as well in terms of the registration of the DMTN program. And the Minister of Finance has actually insisted that we need to refinance all of the money that we got from the DFIs in the next 18 months. Markup, we are fine. We have raised enough funding for that to the amount to the tune of 22.25 billion. Bravas is fully commercially funded. I think the issues relate to the what I explained in terms of some of the challenges that we are having with some of the tenderers, but we are at the end state of resolving those. For Umkomazi, we were able to engage with National Treasury through BFI funding, and we were able to secure 6 billion interest-free loan and a grant funding of 6 billion as well. So we are covered on that. The DMTN program we were not able to deal with because according to the AG, there was that material uncertainties related to the going concern because of the fact that TCTA would now be dissolved and going into the agency. But we have been keeping our engagement with the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, and they have agreed that for the projects that are expressly guaranteed by the department and specifically National Treasury, they will allow us to open the DMTN program. So one of the challenges and what we'll be trying to do is to actually make sure that even the projects that are not covered with express guarantees, we can get them. If we can get them to actually be expressly guaranteed, we will be able to use this particular program to ensure that we don't have a problem with funding going forward. The next slide. Next slide, I'm not going to go into, but it just shows the funding requirements, and as well, when we say the net requirement is around 798, it just shows each year what are we looking at, and that's the net view. And we also have the final debt repayment date in terms of this particular project. The risks for TCTA as a public entity due to challenges, raising funding, failure to agree on lending terms with lenders if lender requirements are perceived to transfer unacceptable risk to the fiscus. There has been a lot of tightening by the funders in terms of their requirements, but some, because we deal with National Treasury, they have actually shown discomfort in terms of some of these lending requirements. Project cost escalation resulting in inadequate funding facilities and the need to raise additional funding. Some of these delays have actually led to the increase in cost, and we need to make sure then that when we go into the market, we have raised enough funding to ensure that we don't have to come back to the funding market and now want to raise more funding. Financial sustainability of the water sector. I think this has actually been addressed also by the minister in the department earlier, where we are talking about the state of municipalities, because as long as municipalities are not able to pay for water services, they can't pay the water boards, and the water boards can actually pay the departments, and it makes it difficult for us to actually be able to raise funding because the funders look at where and how are we going to repay them, and when they see that it's actually the municipal space that is challenging, or that is challenged, because if you look at losses and the fact that they are not even able to recoup the money that they need, it is a risk for TCTA as well. Debt management, ensuring debt is maintained within approved borrowing limits despite unexpected changes, lower the water demand, tariff adjustment being less than required, and higher project costs. The year like this, it's one of those years where there's local elections, and we know that sometimes there's a lot of pushback during these particular years where there are elections in terms of us being able to get the right tariff. So that balance is quite important and critical. So these are some of the challenges that we have. At this point, can I then allow, with your permission, Chair, for the CFO to quickly do a few slides on the budget?
You're welcome. You've got 3 minutes left. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Good morning, Chair, honorable members, Minister, all protocol observed. I'll simply talk to one slide, member, slide 39 in our presentation. Slide 39 simply shows our budget over the MTF as TCTA. So on slide 39, our budget is mainly it mainly comprises of our tariff revenue, as shown there by the 12.2 billion that we're planning for the current financial year, which is 26-27. And we also have the capital expenditure, the obligations to Lesotho for the South African government, and loan repayments and operations and maintenance. So those are the 5 key elements of our budget as TCTA. In terms of our tariff revenue, the 12.2 billion there, it's made up mainly of the VRS project. So we a bulk amount of our tariff revenue comes from the VRS project, which just a little bit from all other projects that we do on behalf of the department. Moving over to our capital expenditure, we've put aside 3.6 billion for capital expenditure. That's mainly for key projects that the CE has spoken about, which is the Bravas project, the Mokolo Crocodile project, and Mkomazi project. Yes, there are other smaller projects. However, the bulk amount of the capital expenditure or the capital revenue that we've put aside is mainly for those 3 projects. And then we do operations and maintenance, mainly looking at the AMD plants, which is the Western, the Eastern, and the Central basins. We do have money set aside for those projects, which is 780 million. There is a bit of an increase from the previous year to this new year that we're talking to, simply because of the risk allowance that we've put in there as TCTA, as the current operator contract is coming to an end, and we're currently in procurement for a new operator. Just to manage that transition, we've budgeted for a risk allowance for that. And then we have our obligations to Lesotho, which comprise of the royalties and the LHWP2 construction costs. We've set aside about 14 billion rands for that. As we know that the construction is ongoing in the Lesotho side for the LHWP, and we are required in terms of the treaty agreements to pay over royalties for the water that we use. And lastly, we've set aside the 4.6 billion rand, which is the loan repayments in line with the agreements we have with the lenders. Every single year, the certain repayments we have to do for the loans. So this year, we've set aside 4.6 billion, which is in line with our loan agreements and our plans as TCTA. So overall, that is just a snapshot, Chairperson, of our budget for the current financial year as TCTA. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, TCTA. Could we go to questions? Honorable Reddy, you first. You're welcome to start. Let's deal with the. Can I ask that we deal with the department and TCTA together, because I think that is where most of the question would come from. Honorable Reddy, you're more than welcome. Can we start with 3 questions and then we will go for next round?
Thank you, Chairperson. I think right at the outset, let me make it clear why we as the MK will not be supporting this report in its current form. It's not because the crisis is not real, but because this report fails to confront the crisis with the seriousness and honesty it demands. The department begins by quoting the Constitution, speaking about dignity and access to water and basic rights. Given the current climate in this country, I would not go there. I will not quote the Constitution and Bill of Rights because it's not worth the paper it is written on. Where is the dignity, Chairperson, in the lived reality of our people? Communities are drinking water from unsafe sources. Sewage is flowing through taps in people's homes. Taps have run dry for days. People are forced to go and get water from water tankers. A report that speaks about dignity must also reflect the absence of dignity in practice. And this does not go far enough. Chairperson, now hear me very carefully. The report talks about 90% of South Africans having access to water. Yet the same report admits that reliability has declined sharply and water often does not come out of the taps. So this report presents a statistic without confronting its contradiction. Access without reliability is not access at all. Chairperson, let me turn to what is being presented as a key intervention. The National Water Crisis Committee. We welcome the recognition of the crisis. There's no doubt about that. In fact, this intervention was proposed by MK in this committee long before it was even adopted. But here is a fundamental flaw, and I'd like members to listen to this very, very carefully. This report does not give us confidence that this structure will succeed. Why? Because clearly define how it will intervene decisively in failing municipalities. This committee has not told us that. Explain how it will avoid becoming another bureaucratic coordination platform. It does not guarantee that it will be driven by technical expertise rather than political processes. Without these assurances, this committee risks becoming another layer of administration and not a solution. Chairperson, let me just expand on this. We are bringing in politicians that are currently overseeing the water, that created the water crisis. Premiers, you're bringing in ministers. I don't believe that these are the people that can find the solutions. We need the experts. A person like the CE of Rand Water, Sipho Masai, bring him on board. Let him lead this crisis team, and then we can have some hope. But at the moment, no. We're getting the same people responsible for these failures leading a committee that's meant to find solutions. Now let's deal with the most serious omission in this report, the treatment of the green drop findings. Chairperson, only 1.6% of wastewater systems are compliant. Let that sink in. And 67% of wastewater systems are performing below 50%. This is a national emergency. But in this report, it is reduced to a data point, not treated with the urgency, the detail, and intervention that it requires. Equally concerning is the continued approach to funding. The report itself acknowledges weak implementation, lack of ring fencing, overstated progress by municipalities, and yet there is no firm position on changing the funding model. So here is my question. The minister also said, and quite rightly so, that there's enough raw water. The problem is that municipalities are unable to get this water to people. Why does this report fail to recommend the redirection of infrastructure grants away from failing municipalities to capable implementing agents such as our water boards? Let's take the bull by the horns and let's be drastic about it. You cannot continue funding these failing municipalities because we know what is going to happen there. Nothing. Because without the shift that we are proposing, Chairperson, we are simply recycling failure. Honorable Chairperson, it's for these reasons that this report does not adequately reflect the severity of the crisis. It does not provide credible, decisive interventions. It does not address the fundamental failure of the municipal model. And it does not treat the green drop crisis with the urgency it deserves. We therefore will object to the adoption of this report in its current form. However, Chairperson, we will not stop at this objection only. I want to propose that the committee convenes a dedicated standalone session on the Green Drop report at the next meeting, with detailed turnaround plans, clear timelines, and accountability measures. And further, that the department must return with a concrete proposal on the redirection of infrastructure funding to capable entities where municipalities have failed. You've heard what the CFO said. We are channeling billions of rands back into municipalities. Take some time off. Watch the Madlanga Commission, and you will see in Tshwane municipality how dirty, corrupt municipal officials have been milking this city, stealing money from our people, that they're unable to get services. So in closing, Chairperson, this is not just about a report. This is about whether this committee is prepared to confront reality or manage decline. And in this respect, we choose to confront reality. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Minister? Is the minister still on?
No, she's not, Chairperson. I saw her leaving the platform. Could be a signal issue.
No,
Deputy Minister?
we're on the platform, Chair.
Okay. Can the minister respond, please? Or you, Deputy Minister?
No, Chairperson, I think let's welcome the input by Honorable Reddy. Let's say the points he's raising are points of debate. He grew up in the water space, and you know exactly what does it mean, access. It means access to infrastructure. The infrastructure is there, and Minister Machotina has never denied that the problem is the infrastructure failure that has happened. And infrastructure failure, Comrade Reddy, you know, it has been underinvestment over some time. The infrastructure has deteriorated, is oversaturated. Minister has said when she did the assessment, remember the numbers we are reading. These numbers are not a new revelation. It's our own assessment. When she indicated at the beginning, I've brought back the drop report because it's a self-assessment tool. It's about accountability, it's about being transparent, and she's transparent. Remember, these municipalities were a good councillor for more than 10 years. eThekwini is an example where underinvestment happened. And this underinvestment, you know, in the last 4 or 5 years, the quantum was about 400 billion rands. That is required to fix the problem. Together with yourselves, we're there when we agreed on the 5-point plan to say that the delivery model, Chairperson, will have to be changing. That's why the minister said, I'm introducing the utility model, whether local business enterprise. But some of the people politically, they were saying, Minister, we are privatizing, which is an ideological issue. When we said build municipality-owned entities that are there, we must admit, Honorable Reddy, national government is not a big brother. We're a constitutional democracy. There are things that the minister says we need to support, like 154 says we need to do that. Equally, it solves you have your issues of 139 and also all these fundings. Therefore, the issue to say that we must actually bully local government is not going to work. But what we will do, the intervention minister has said, including the intervention that the president will make, they will be within the law in terms of section 154. Just check the constitution. We'll also use section 139, especially 5 and 7. We'll also use section 63. And Minister, when she made her overarching remarks, Honorable Chairperson, those are the things. She said, I'm not going to wait when municipalities are struggling. They are in a position that they are actually violating human rights. That's what she has said. There's nothing wrong to quote the human rights to say we're bound by the issues in the constitution. We're also bound by the NDP. We're bound by this one. On intervention, Honorable Reddy, Minister has said herself, I'm going to deploy expertise. I'm going to bring in private sector where it is warranted. I'm going to make my entities like those strong water boards and other agencies that are there in the state to support those municipalities. Equally, she says just this budget that we want you to support. She's putting more than 12 to 13 billion rands, more than 442 projects. You can see them, both in terms of RPIC and WISIC, that we need to be able to do that. Look at the blended finance, Honorable Chair. We went to the infrastructure fund. We know now that there are 4 windows that are there. And these municipalities, Chairperson, are actually being assisted by this particular ministry. In instances where municipalities are failing, Chair, it is only our department that have re-looked at the issues of grants rather than the grants being direct grants to municipalities. You can see in this report, a number of these grants have been reconverted into indirect grants supported by the Minister of Finance and our water boards, our construction unit, and some of the district municipalities that have capacity are implementing these particular issues. Honorable Reddy, we must be able to say the department is hard at work, but we are the first to admit There are certain communities that we have not responded to these issues. But we cannot be doomsayers as if this ministry, led by Comrade Pemi Majodina, is doing nothing when we are doing all our best. Equally, our interventions in water, you as a leadership of our portfolio committee have acknowledged is not going to work unless the status of municipalities around their reforms, the white paper and all these other interventions are being done. But to be able to cast aspersion on the issues, whether the president is going to be able to pull this thing through. Those of us who are sitting with president under the leadership of Minister Majodina, we know we have produced a credible plan. The plan has been accepted by the team led by President. It has been accepted by premiers. But more importantly, because we are a constitutional country, we can't implement this plan that the President has finalized with the ministers without the plan actually supported by municipalities. But we can assure South African, those municipalities that are struggling, we are going to support them. Where it is required a chairperson that the minister must intervene, she will definitely intervene, and we're ready, Mr. Reid. We're ready. Engineers are there, our entities are there, including private sector that can come at a risk basis so that we can improve the reliability of supply like we're trying to do at Tegwini. You go to Eguruleni right now, there's been an improvement. Lastly, on the green drop, we will welcome the discussion. Please find time to read the green drop. Municipalities that were worst performing, take an example of Msugalikwa in Ermel. We took them to court, chairperson, about 300 million rand, which was an issue. We look at Chief Albert Tuli and a number of these municipalities, chair, but with the intervention of Minister Majodina, the provincial heads of some of these provinces that minister leads, they were able to identify 8 municipalities where I come from in Mpumalanga. For the first time, they improved from mere less than 20% to above 70% in terms of performance. Guess what? The best performing municipality in the country became a municipality that was not performing well, Steve Twete in Miklibeck. These are some of the examples we want to share. But admittedly, we have not arrived at an ideal situation where all we want to. But as I said, Honorable Chair Leon, Minister is also on the line. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Reddy. Your responses?
Yeah, Chairperson, I know where the problem lies. You see, there was a time when I was in the same party as the Deputy Minister, and he's one of the very proactive ministers, one of the most proactive I know. We would call him, and whenever we called him, he would come, and he would see the livid realities of people on the ground, not just rely on reports. Unfortunately, now that we're in different parties, I think he's not getting my calls anymore. So he's relying on reports from the departments. And that is why we see a picture that's being presented in reports, which is not the reality on the ground. I mean, take Gogo Helen Zille. She's running around. I actually think she's doing a good job in exposing the crisis in Gauteng. You wouldn't see that in the reports, but that's what's happening on the ground. So I hear the Deputy Minister, and it's well within his rights to say what he said, but I will not change what I have said. We will maintain that we cannot support this report. It does not reflect the urgency of the situation on the ground. I thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
You're more than welcome, Honourable Reddy, and I think the Minister will take your call if you give him a call. I can't speak on behalf of the Minister, but my experience is the Minister and the Deputy Ministers, they do take calls. Honourable Ditebe, you next.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to you. Good morning to the honourable members, to the Minister, Deputy Ministers, chairs of our entities, the executives, everyone. Chairperson, I hope that you can see me. I'll switch off my video thereafter. Can you see me?
Yeah, we can see you. Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, thank you very much. Thanks to the department and the 2 entities. Just straight to the department, Chairperson, on the National Water Resource Strategy version 3, the department speaks just of monitoring that particular program. And we know that in government, for example, we have a dedicated department to planning, monitoring, and evaluation. And the reason there is alongside monitoring, evaluation is that the two, monitoring and evaluation, are complementary, but they are distinct in the sense, Chairperson, that the one which is monitoring is continuous. It determines whether we are still on track, etc., while the other one, which is evaluation, determines whether the requisite impact has been achieved with the resources that have been made available. And the reason, Chairperson, I am raising this, and I know that the department may just be, for purposes of brevity, using the word monitoring while actually implying monitoring and evaluation. But I would like us to not simply leave it at that, because if you look at the NWRS version 3, is an important strategy of the department that stretches from now until 2030. Now, meaning therefore that we are left with about 4 years before that strategy review, which means therefore that we need to not simply be happy with the monitoring part of that particular strategy, but also with its evaluation, so that we can look at whether the core goals of that particular department, which are among others are to protect, develop, manage water resources in an equitable manner, dealing with issues of poverty, etc. It's important, Chairperson, that we do not simply use such words as monitoring almost to the exclusion, although I do not think that is the intention of the department. But once they deliberately include the word evaluation, it demonstrates the extent to which they are prepared to show us, both in terms of regular reports that we have or we receive from them, or the annual reports, etc., that not only are they just continuously monitoring what's happening, but are prepared to show us that in terms of the goals of this particular strategy, this is what we have achieved, and this is the impact in communities. That's the first thing that I've observed, which I think needs to be looked at. The other one, Chairperson, relates to the remarks of the Minister. Indeed, the Deputy Minister has spoken to the issue of water reliability. It is important that that is followed through, both in terms of refurbishment of infrastructure, and we see quite a number of interventions, both in terms of the Regional Bulk Infrastructure Grant and the Water Services Infrastructure Grant. But there is yet another self-inflicted injury, Chairperson, and that relates to the issue that we all know in this portfolio committee, which is that of the non-payment or irregular or insufficient payment of what is due to our water boards. And we all know the water boards that are in danger because of certain particular water service authorities that are not paying those water boards. Which then brings me to the point, Chairperson, since we last met, I think there was an indication from the side of the ministry that we will be apprised as to whether one of the highly indebted municipalities to one of our water boards, that is Machabeng to the Val Central Water, did indeed finally approve the service level agreement and the payment plan. How much have they paid, if at all, so far? And is it conditional? Is it unconditional? This is important, Chairperson, because part and parcel of our work as members of Parliament is to ensure that very monitoring and evaluation. Therefore, from the point of view of monitoring, we need to know, has that been achieved? We can talk about evaluation later, the effect of that particular payment, because as as we sit here, there is a problem of water restrictions, not because the water treatment plants that the Vaal Central Water operates are not performing optimally. Of course, they are under serious strain because of insufficient resources. There is that restriction because, correctly so, the minister had to grant the water utility that permission to restrict water at certain intervals, but it cannot be the norm, Chairperson. So if that could be responded to, I think that is something that would indeed help. The last one, Chairperson, is to the Water Research Commission and perhaps a proposal from our end. Chairperson, if you look at our schools, both in urban and rural areas, I think schools must, be regarded as some of those critical centers or sites which are regarded as providing essential service from the point of view of safe management of sanitation. And the minister has already indicated what the situation is like with regards to the green drop. And I think to the extent that the WRC develops technology and other entities of the state, CSIR, etc., we need to carefully look at whether, in line, of course, with the law and where necessary, this has got to be amended so that government can consume its own IP. Where possible, we can then exempt schools and ensure that they have non-sewer sanitation to ensure that there's hygiene in those particular schools, so that we ensure that, Chairperson, that education is not interrupted. But to the TCTA, I think I'll come in the next round, Chairperson, because I think I've exhausted the 3 questions limit that I'm afforded. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't see the minister on, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry, Minister. My apology. There, I see you now.
Fine. I'm on and off, Chair, because of connectivity. I'm sorry for that. And with the first question of Honorable Reddy, I'll speak to him later on. But the fact is, we'll have to respect and their rules that are enshrined in the Constitution. Will intervene to a certain point. We are supposed to allow municipality to consent to the action plan. So currently, Chair, before the president unveiled the entire plan to the meeting on the 30th of April, we are unable really to speak into detail about that plan, because that plan must then be adopted. So we'll know that we're going to hold them accountable based on the plan that has been agreed by all parties. And the people with expertise, surely they are going to be part of that. We have already developed 4 streams, even the stream on security matters as well as risk matters that are caused by water mafias. We do have all that. We've tabled all that, but now what is left is to table the entire plan and be adopted. And I'm sure that is going to be adopted, because all municipalities, without any exception, they are looking forward to be assisted. So when they want to be assisted, they must open up. But you cannot just wake up one morning and run to a municipality, take over. Those equitable share, they are voted to municipalities, not to us. We can be able to control our grant, WISC and RIBIC, but the MIC, the USTG, were unable to do that up until we have an agreement that I'm sure we're going to get by this month end. Let me also appreciate these questions from Honorable Ditebe. On Machabeng, as I reported here, Chair, that we all know that Machabeng is owing Vaal Central 9.2 billion or 9.4 billion. We entered to several negotiations to an extent where municipality went to a special council meeting to adopt the new payment plan. because they were paying 12 million per month. And we said we cannot sustain such a big debt with 12 million per month. So they then offered to pay 30 million per month, which is going to be reviewed after 3 months. And the reason why I want to review that, want to check how much are they collecting. Remember, there is an intervention by the provincial government. They have sent an administrator there in Machabeng. So Machabeng has, in our last meeting, have also allowed us to go through their books, because we want to go through their books and check who are other debtors that they are paying. They are paying how much? Is this 30 million the only thing that they can afford? So we've given them 3 months to say that they must up their revenue collection. So as from end of March 2026, they've paid 30 million, which we've agreed upon that we're going to assess over 3 months. So currently we're busy with that assessment. When it comes to the SLA, the board has met to look at the proposals of that SLA. By end of this week, they should have signed that SLA, but there is a broad agreement on that SLA. Chair, on the water reliability, as well as the refurbishment of the infrastructure of water, we can assist as we are doing with through our WISIC as well as our regional infrastructure bulk supply. Maybe Grant, maybe Chair, sometime we must send the portfolio committee all the information, the data on both Ribik and Wisik, to say in which municipality how much have we allocated, how far are we on how many projects, and in the areas where we have changed the schedules 5 to be schedule 6 to use our entities to be an implementing agent, because municipalities have failed. We can happily do that, Chair, provide that information to the portfolio committee. Thank you very much, Chair.
Chairperson, on the NWRS asked by Honorable Titebe. Sorry, Chair, sorry. What we want to indicate, we note the comment, even if it's not included there, Honorable Titebe, but in reality, you as our leaders, the NWRS, which is now a matter which is on version 3, we are going to work on version 4. That document is legislated, Chairperson, is in the National Water Act that we shall be in a position on 5-year basis produce a national water resource strategy. This national water resource strategy is equivalent to what we call it in energy integrated resource plan, because these are all natural resources. In terms of the hierarchy, at the top, we have our own constitution. Then we have this national development plan and the water resource plan, which then covers the issues of water security, because water security is the most important aspect. And so that we can be able to ensure that the country's prospect, whether social, environmental, economical, and security-wise, is covered for the foreseeable future. And you are absolutely correct. After 2030, we should have produced a new one. And the country, we know now that the president is working on another iteration of the National Development Plan, so that beyond 2030, we are looking ahead so that we can align to these particular issues. But it also deals with the issues of equity. Remember, one of the biggest issues that you, as our leaders, you called us, you have a complaint about the skewed water allocation in our land around the certain sectors of our economy, while at the very same time the constitutional issue and the matter in our own law of the reserve not taking into account, and minister's transformation of water use allocation. That's why the licensing of strategic water use, including reallocation and transforming, minister can't give it to the CMA. The CMA will do this. The issues of compliance monitoring and enforcement and smaller licenses, because it's a big issue. Very recently, Minister will be launching the report, will be releasing the report by Judge Ngwepe on the situation that happened in Mikili-Letaba to deal with that part. But equally, the National Water Resource Strategy deal with the issues around the use of water in terms of access, including the benefits. That's why it's an important document. And probably one of the things that we need to do, because there's a lot of data, like we are saying, we must evaluate from time to time. Let's use experts. Let's use people on the ground, including yourselves, that when we actually look at the fourth iteration of the National Water Resource Strategy, we are all on board. Lastly, the question around the issues of the Water Research Commission, they continue to be our pride in terms of the body of knowledge, and Minister continues to give them more assignments so that we have to be a country that values knowledge, values experts, but also decisions we must make on data-driven. They've created a lot of partnership with your Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, a number of universities. We fully agree that when it comes to issues of other alternative sanitation technologies, they are leading. There are a number of sites that Dr. Milam and Dr. Jennifer can speak about that they are doing. On our side, we are looking to say, how does the government become the off-taker rather than what do we call this thing of subjecting your own institution to all these procurement processes when it is a state entity that people must be able to use. But those scientists and engineers that are studying them, they produce a lot of IP. And then ultimately this IP, if we don't want you to take risk, because R&D, you must be able to pay a premium called risk. So that at least you can do the pilot. After some time, you can go on full scale when you have done your due diligence. We take your point and the comment, but maybe they might want you to say one or two issues. But at the level of our executing authority, the minister, supported by the two DMs, will engage with the relevant organization like the DTIC that deals with issues of designation. But currently around the public facilities and schools, their programs are being rolled out, but we want to do massification. Thank you.
Thank you very much. DWS, would you like to add on to that?
Thank you, Chair. Babala will come to at least address on how we are going to monitor the strategy, but key to elevate, Chair, is to look at the National Water Act and how we are ensuring that the whole national water resources is distributed. You heard us talk of the SDG 6. We have to measure the goals and access as per the Constitution. So that strategy gives us the chance to see how much access are we giving in terms of access to water. Babala will just briefly elevate on how we are going to monitor it in our strategy and how we're going to account for it. Babalo.
Thank you, Acting DG. Just to indicate that there are various chapters in the strategy that we're actually monitoring on an annual basis, where we will be collecting data. Just to support what the Deputy Minister indicated, we will be collecting data and actually analyzing it over the financial year. We've been actually monitoring it over the previous financial years. This will also allow us, therefore, to conduct a full evaluation of the actual strategy prior to the publishing of the fourth version, so that we can actually assess the impact of all those planned activities in the strategy, but most importantly, develop what we call lessons learned on the implementation of the actual strategy. Thank you, Acting DG.
Thank you very much. Water Research Commission.
Thank you very much, Chair. I thought I should show my face because I couldn't earlier before I go into my response, and apologize for some glitches earlier on. And then just to acknowledge the inputs from Honorable Member Ditebe and the response that the Deputy Minister shared, which I know is shared by the Minister. I think, Chair, we have been on record indicating that the WRC has developed great innovations that can resolve some of the challenges that we are facing as a country. And in this engagement, we are focusing specifically on sanitation. And we have implemented some pilot projects, and I will allow the CE to give the portfolio committee examples of those pilot plans, pilot projects that we've implemented, in particular in schools. The reason why we're bringing this up, Chair, is that over the past maybe 20 or whatever years that we've been in existence, and just to indicate that we'll be celebrating 55 years of our existence this year as the Water Research Commission. Government has spent considerable amounts of financial resources into innovation, and we believe that these innovations and technologies are gathering dust, and they shouldn't. And it is our responsibility as a community, as the department portfolio committee, to ensure that this knowledge is taken to where it is most needed. And I'm glad we have the support of our political principles in that regard. And therefore, we would urge and encourage support from this portfolio committee, as Honorable Member Ditebe has indicated, that one of the ways in which we can increase the uptake of innovations is creating a dispensation where some of these innovations address the needs of schools. We know the many challenges that we face around sanitations in schools, especially rural schools around the country. So I'm going to hand over to the CE, but just to say I, on behalf of the WRC, welcome the input from Honorable Member Ditebe and appreciate the support that we're getting from our principals, the Honorable Minister and the DMs on the a different model that we could potentially explore with the other departments, the DTIC, the DSTI, in ensuring that the resources that we have spent in innovation and developing innovation really do benefit the people that need those innovations the most. So I think with that, Chair, if you allow me, I'm going to hand over to the CEO to reflect on the work that we have done on sanitation and how we could potentially support more schools, and not just schools, maybe other departments or other sectors of our economy in ensuring that some of the innovations that we have developed address the basic needs, especially of sanitation. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. You're welcome to continue.
Thank you, Chairperson and members. Chair, we acknowledge and welcome the inputs made by Honorable Member. Definitely, Chair, I think we are part of the national system of innovation in the country, where some of the work, besides our own department funding, a lot of the new assignments in terms of research, development and innovation, the DSI also funds some of the work in collaboration with the WRC. And I think that is where we need to look at our new programs going forward, as currently they have funded with part of the water efficient sanitation system, or what we call a non-sewage sanitation. Chair, the support of the school programs, I think the statistics speaks for themselves, but over 40, almost 50 toilets have been demonstrated across the length and breadth in schools. Not only in schools, Chair, we have gone in also in informal settlements where municipalities have seen the value of providing decent sanitation, where or flushing toilets in a rural or even an informal settlement where previously people could not experience. Chair, it is important, I think, as the Honorable DM has said, that this becomes advocated at the level of local government who are water and sanitation providers to the communities. I think from the side of the department as well, in terms of legislation and regulations, this has been enhanced where municipalities cannot further develop when the wastewater treatment works are overloaded. So, Chair, I think in a nutshell, we continue doing all of this work. We continue having more uptake outside the country, in Africa, as well as recently, I think in California, they have looked at some of this work. And we are hoping that ultimately, Chair, in line with climate change, unavailability of water and having to share drinking water, potable water with conveying waste, that policy may be and legislation may eventually be adapted to cover and support uptake of these technologies. I think that's where I'll leave it. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Dithebe, that was the response.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me welcome the response by the Minister and Deputy Minister with regards to, for example, Machabeng. But may I also just say, Chairperson, that if we remember on the basis of the presentation by the Water Board previously, the actual monthly amount that the municipality must pay the Water Board is 70 million rand. We appreciate and understand what the Minister is saying. It is important, quite important, that the department and the Minister has confirmed that they are doing that they work very closely, in particular with the provincial executive rep, whose responsibility it is in terms of that court order to ensure that there is a financial recovery plan, because that financial recovery plan was conceived and developed in consultation with National Treasury through its Municipal Financial Recovery Services unit in National Treasury. And it is important that we see or we carry that to its logical conclusion, because if we do that, Chairperson, then we will remove the subjective factor of unreliable supply of water to the communities of Machabeng, which is not occasioned by poor infrastructure necessarily, but by incompetence and lack of proper political leadership with regards to this. The issue of 9.2 or 1.9.4 billion, I think we must remain insist with its resolution in the long term, because part of what needs to be done is something similar to what Eskom is doing with regards to the distribution agency agreement. In our case, it is indeed not easy, because it would mean, if we go that route, say Val Central will have to itself be immersed in issues of billing, something that it cannot do. But we must find a long-lasting solution, Chairperson, with regards to both the monthly payments to the Water Board and the total debt, which is the highest in the country out of 25 billion rand or so. So that puts that entity at great risk, because effectively at the moment it is only holding by a threat due to a religious payment by the Mangaung Metro to the Water Board, both of its historic debt and its current account. On the issue of the NWRS, I am not particularly happy by the response of the department, because while indeed correctly so, from 2020 to 2030, and the minister has said this is legislated, it is important that this is reviewed, pretty much the same with policy, but this is not quite the same, because it's a strategy. So at some point you need to pause and say, are we delivering on the intended outcomes and impact? And I think as we march towards 2030, the department needs to be saying, are we delivering on that? I know there are quite a number of sub-programs that speak to the NWRS version 3, but it is not enough to simply say we will review this or evaluate this at the end of its period, which is 2030. So I thought I should just emphasize this. And I know sometimes when we speak, we intend to convey a particular meaning and we don't quite articulate it as elaborately as we should. But perhaps if the department could pay attention to that. WRC, yes, I can't agree more. We need that even in informal settlements, which then brings me to my last point, Chairperson, namely that we need to come together with the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements, Portfolio Committee on Basic Education, Portfolio Committee on Technology and Innovation, so that we can do a deep dive and come up with solutions, because other countries, Chairperson, have actually benefited from publicly produced intellectual property. It comes back to us as a finished good, and people just enrich their nations at our expense. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kegakilwe.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning, Minister, Deputy Minister, Chairpersons, and the CE and the CFOs from the entity, and then delegation from the department led by the acting DG, honorable members and our support staff, good morning. Chairperson, let me welcome all the reports presented to us and applaud the department as well as the entities for the good work that they are doing, and encourage them to continue doing that very same good work. Chairperson, my first question is with regard to the climate change that we are facing. I just want to find out from the department, how is the department going to ensure that the climate adaptation plan progresses beyond policy formulation to actual implementation, especially considering the increasing frequency of extreme weather events and their impact on our water resources? Chairperson, it is very much essential that the Portfolio Committee be briefed on the progress made when it comes to the implementation status of climate change initiatives and the outcome of climate adaptation plans for all our major water projects. And then the second one is with regard to the finances, Chairperson. The office accommodation, it is showing a lot of money from the administration program. It has increased from 604 million to 614 million. I just want to find out from the department and maybe to advise the department to get their own office space instead of continue renting, because the rent will just increase and increase and increase, whereas we could have used that money to build our own building for future use. And then there is also a challenge, Chairperson, when it comes to the issue of human resource. I just want to find out from the department, though they've in a vacancy rate from 60 to 10, of which is not feasible from my side. I just want to find out, how are they going to ensure that with this technical vacancy rate improvement, how is our infrastructure resources going to be protected or saved? And then I only have one question to TCTA with regard to their risk of borrowing, Chair. The entity indicated that they are experiencing a risk of borrowing, especially when Treasury is involved. I just want to find out as to when did this problem start and what measures are they in place to ensure that they address the risk of borrowing. That is all that I wanted to say, Chairperson, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I believe the Minister and the Deputy Minister is off. Deputy Minister Sitolo.
Chairperson, good morning to yourself. Good morning to the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. to my colleagues, the Acting DG, Dr. Rismate Mate, TCTA, as well as the WRC. Chairperson, in respect of the questions in the order that has been asked by Honorable Kekakilo, I'll ask the department to go first on the issue of addressing the issue around the policy around climate change, then request that they also address the issue around the finances in terms of the increased cost in renting, and then the technical vacancies, as well as the questions that has been asked to the TCTA in that order. Thank you, Chairperson. Dr. Mate.
Thank you, DM. We will address the three questions. On the climate change, we'll address it later. The first two questions we'll ask DDG Funda Gobi to address the issue of the office accommodation and also the HR related issues that were requested, that were asked. DDG.
Good morning, Chair and members. On the issue of the office accommodation, we note the comment from the member, but just to indicate to you, we have already commenced with the process of the construction of our own building. The process is together with the National Treasury and Public Works. It's a PPP model. The site has already been identified and the process is underway in terms of constructing the buildings of our own. Same applies with the provinces. It has been requested that the department's offices be part of the precincts of the provinces when that it's going to take place. And then with regard to the issue of the vacancy rate, member, we are aiming to decrease the vacancy rate. And at this stage, we are sitting at 3.4% in terms of the vacancy rate. We are prioritizing the issues of the technical skills in terms of the recruitment. And we also have abolished all the posts that there are no funding because we cannot fill any post or keep the posts in the PESAL if they are not funded. Thank you very much.
Thanks, DDG. So on the first question of the climate change, I think the question was regarding whether the department has developed a climate adaptation plan or strategy around that, and how the department will ensure that it is actually monitored and implemented. Chair, with regard to the infrastructure plans that we implement as a department, we do consider such climate adaptation plans, specifically on our engineering designs. You would have had a portion of what TCTA was actually presenting. It is part of the holistic approach that we deploy as a department. But other functions in terms of the climate resilient strategy is what we are basically regulating in terms of water service authorities, because some of the infrastructure are implemented in that level. You will remember a case in point that occurred in KZN of the drought and flooding. And what we have actually recommended going forward is that any infrastructure design should consider climate change, and they should be resilient in nature to ensure that we don't actually suffer the current challenges. But as indicated by the honorable member, we can still be able, Chair, to provide the holistic report to the committee on the impact and how we're actually measuring and dispersing that to our local authorities as an additional report to that question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. TCTA.
Thanks, Chair. I hope I'm audible. The question that was asked related to the statement that TCTA made on the difficulty now in terms of us going into the market and getting the money that we require. The member really wanted to know when did this start and how are we dealing with it. At this particular point in time, I'll remind the portfolio committee of the land bank issue. I hope some of the members still remember that, where the funders were expecting, when land bank was in trouble, they were expecting the state to step in, and that did not happen. And from there, then the funder said, we are one government, which means whatever has happened with the land bank can easily happen with the other entities. And what they said was, because they look at us in that way, they started tightening their requirements in terms of ensuring that they can secure the funds that they borrow the state. Where we have express guarantees, it's not a problem, as I said, but it's in the other projects where we have implied guarantees where we have this particular problem. So what's been happening is we've been engaging with National Treasury, because anything that we do, we are a special purpose vehicle, which means everything that we do has to come based on the instruction of the minister as a directive to say, you go and do 1, 2, 3, and 4. But at all times, because we have an impact on what I would call the balance sheet of the nation, National Treasury has to be consulted. So even if we get the mandate from the minister saying, I want you to go and do these projects, we need to get concurrence of the Minister of Finance in terms of, because we have a direct impact on the fiscus, from the point of view of saying they need to guarantee in case something goes wrong, that they will stand in for ensuring that the funders' money is secured. So we have been working with the funders as well and National Treasury in terms of trying to find a solution, to the extent that National Treasury has actually even made themselves available when we engage with the funders in terms of saying, without these stringent or new requirements, what other possibilities are there in terms of ensuring that we can make sure that the funders are comfortable? So far, it has worked well, but I must say as well that from a different angle, if I take one of our projects like Mkomazi, when the community said they want the water but they cannot afford it, that stream of National Treasury through the infrastructure fund actually came to the party in terms of being able to make available 6 billion rand grant funding and 6 billion rand interest-free funding as well, which means that the state for the first time is actually coming to the party upon seeing some of these issues. So these are some of the things that we are doing behind the scenes in terms of ensuring that we can manage this. But in terms of our presentation itself, on slide 30, we did say that most of the funding for our requirements will be raised from banks, development finance institutions, and the capital markets. So we are still dealing with the funders in that way, but so far we have been able to raise what needs to be raised, although the conditions are very strict and are very difficult, but it's something that we are traversing, including engaging with the Johannesburg Stock Exchange as well, on the basis of some of the challenges that we got. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kegakilwe, that was the responses.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And let me thank the department for their response and TCTA. And let's hope that the government or treasury will always come to their rescue when they need help. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Ramaila.
Thank you, Chair. I will also switch off my video. And good morning to the Minister and the Deputy Ministers, officials of the department, my colleagues, honorable members, yourself, Chair, and our support staff. Maybe let me also start at a point where I also need to really appreciate the presentations made by the department, the two entities. More so the demonstrable alignment of the APPs with the MTDP as well, and the SDG 6, which is very important for us, but as well as the alignment of the budget with the MTEF. That's much appreciated. And Chair, where I want to start as well is a gap that I've identified, but from onset I must say these APPs and budget, assessing them from the outputs point of view, one would then appear to be very satisfied. But when it comes to the output point of view, then I think much leaves to be desired. Because I can't with confidence now and say these APPs are indeed going to deliver the desired outputs. Because these outcomes, because these APPs, like I've said, Chair, must be able to translate into real projects on the ground. Real projects that will make that impact, that will make that change, that will people will be able to benefit from these outputs in terms of sustainable water services. There is no link between these two. That's the first point I really want to highlight, and I think it's very necessary. But Chair, I would also want to really move to the regulatory role of DWS in as far as water service development plan is concerned. But basically, I'm talking about the misalignment between the department and the municipalities. And these APPs are in no way even attempting to really close the gap between the planning of the municipalities and the department. And I'm sure we are going to continue complaining about the municipalities. Chair, for instance, the Department of Water and Sanitation, in terms of Water Services Act, regulates the development of water safe development plans, and by ensuring compliance with the Water Services Act and by mandating, this is mandatory, by mandating that all WSAs must create the plans. And from there, what is the next step? But must create the WSDPs. The next step is that the department will provide a web-based WSDP system for structured planning, monitoring, compliance via integrated regulatory information system, normally referred to as the IRIS. This is information that is known to everybody, and the department normally reports about the IRIS. But this is not aligned. This is not aligned to the APPs. And now, how are we going to begin to assist municipalities in addressing these misaligned approaches of the IDPs, particularly WSDPs and the MTDP? These are not aligned. And in the report, I don't see that alignment coming. And I'm not raising this point for the first time, Chair. And I think it's important that the department needs to really relook into the matter. For me, that is a necessary matter that we need to look at, Chair. But it doesn't stop there, Chair. When it goes further empowering the department, is that what is critical now is that WSDB projects are supposed to be incorporated into the RBIC and Water Services Infrastructure Grant for funding. So what this means, Chair, is that, as I've said, WSDPs are mandatory. before the department could even consider funding projects in terms of RBIC and WISIC, those projects must be part of the WSDPs of the water services authorities, which the department has got a regulatory function over them. And the department is not playing that regulatory function, because I can tell you now, you have many projects that have been implemented on the ground, but they are not there in terms of the IDPs of the municipalities or specifically WSDPs of the municipalities. And I don't see these APPs even attempting really to talk to this regulatory framework that is being provided for in terms of Water Services Act. For me, that's very critical. But to again, Chair, demonstrate that there's a misalignment. What is also expected from the Water Services Development Plan is that we would then, for instance, expect that these projects will talk to the 5-year reliability plans, will be able to talk the feasibility and implementation readiness studies of the department. There's a misalignment that continues. We're raising these things, but this misalignment continues, and I don't know when is it that the department will indeed be able to really attend to these things. Now, when we look at the budget, Chair, especially the CAPEX, I think we are happy, which is about 15 billion. But when you look at the support side, Chair, the budget is about 8.2 million. That is for water service management support. And with this little budget, we expect that the necessary support will be provided to the water services authorities. And next time come and complain that these municipalities do not have capacity and so on. But yet the department has budgeted 8.2 million on the support that is supposed to go to water service authorities. And which this, in my view, Chair, it denotes a constrained expansion in requirements, regulatory expansion in terms of oversight and support function of the DWS. I think these are the disparities that I've noted, Chair, and I'm not sure how the department is going to deal with these matters. But for me, in order for us to ultimately ensure that these inputs as espoused in the APPs of department become outcomes, which as politicians is what we are concerned with, the impact we would want to see people drinking water on the ground. We have been implementing projects for so many years, but yet people of South Africa still don't have water. Maybe lastly, Chair, my question will be, what systematic reforms is the department going to develop to bridge the gap between the planning horizons of the municipalities and the department? In other words, between the output-driven targets and the outcome-driven targets. The misalignment, how are you going to do that in as far as planning is concerned, budgeting is concerned, and implementation of project is concerned? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you to Honorable Stan for the remarks and the questions. And I think perhaps the Minister, in her opening remarks, as well as the responses that were given by herself and Dear Mahlobo, outlining the challenges around water services authorities, does somehow perhaps seek to address the misalignment that Honorable Maila is referring to. But to give a more technical response, Chairperson, I think it would be wise of me to give to the acting DG to really address that last part. But I do take the points that have been mentioned by Honorable Ramaila. And I think if you look at what we had tried to achieve with the water and sanitation in Durban, Chairperson, particularly also the follow-up webinar that we had with the water services authorities. It was precisely because we are seeking to get that realignment going so that we, the projects that are on the ground as per the output that Honorable Stan refers to can obviously be in line with what we're trying to achieve as per the grants that we are providing to the water services authorities. But I'm going to allow the acting DG to be able to respond to that. And Chairperson, I think on the issue of climate change that Honorable Kehakilo had spoken about, it was my intention to also give the WRC just a minute or two to just then be able to also talk about how the climate resilient sanitation infrastructure that they were referring to as part of the greater strategy that can also allow us to plan for how we're going to address the issues or mitigate around climate change, if that is possible after the responses by the acting DG. Dr. Mate?
Thank you, DM. Just briefly, I know Honorable Ramayela, most of the inputs were just comments, but I want to elevate, Chair, that if you look at our presentation, we did indicate that there's over 400 projects that are currently being implemented on the ground that are covered through our two grants, the RBIC as well as the WSIG. These are cutting across the 144 water service authorities, as we have indicated. And the question of misalignment, Chair, we wish to address it in this manner. When we check through the planning for all this project, the 437 projects, the department is not planning or implementing those projects in a silo mentality. The business planning that we undertook, we are governed through the DORA framework, and there are conditions to that. And how it's done is that all these business plans, before they get any funding, they must follow the prescribed statutes that we have. Part of which, Chair, is that municipalities need to develop their own water service development plans, which must be passed by council. And as part of the requirement, when business plans are submitted to us, they need to comply with that. And we do have a web-based and an online system where you can be able to track all this WSDP that we have in the system. And the other point, Chair, is that where municipalities are battling and they've got resource challenges, we do assist them by developing the 5-year reliability plans. And what this 5-year reliability plan is meant to achieve is to assist these municipalities to identify what are the medium and long-term bulk infrastructure projects, after which we can also help them develop WSIG, which is more reticulation-related project. And all this must go directly into the WSDP, which must be passed by council, so that by the time we fund those projects, there's basically an alignment. And we're assisting municipalities in that. And this is part, Chair, of their IDP processes, because that is what WSDP are linked, and the department follow through in that. So in our view, there is an alignment in our planning and also on the implementation on the ground between our grants as well as MIG, because the way the DORA framework is conditioned, it also helps us to avoid a double dipping so that we don't fund a project through our grant, which is also funded by MIG, and that misalignment is addressed in that manner. And the systematic reforms that has been elevated in terms of training, we do have existing programs within our department itself, but also we do roll out training and development through our water services, even from the regulatory point of view for municipalities that we are actually supporting. And also lastly, is that if you look at the budget allocation, that might be seen not to be enough. We roughly have around 14 billion, which goes to our grant. And this excludes the rest of the other blended finance projects that are implemented by our water boards or even TCTA. So in a holistic approach, you can at least be able to draw a line in the sand and confirm that there is a huge investment on the ground in terms of our infrastructure development. And we think the alignment is there. It might be that there are gaps in terms of monitoring and accounting for it, But in terms of the planning from ourselves and the municipalities, we do make efforts to align and support them through our regional offices to ensure that alignment is reached. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Deputy Minister Matlobo, I see your hand is up. Would you like to add something here?
No, thanks, Chair. I want to say to Honorable Comrade Ramaile, our provincial offices leadership have improved a lot. They normally put their technical teams, including the creation of the branch that Dr. Mate is leading now. He has a lot of engineers. They now look at all the plans, whether the technical report or the business plans. They are avoiding these issues now where they send each other reports. They sit like in a form of a panel. They do the appraisals. And that has worked very, very well, including attending to the regulatory issues of servitudes, issues of EIA and the rulers that normally delay some of these projects. And many of the provinces, including your provinces, the greater province of Limpopo, we have assisted them a lot. You can see the allocation in the number of these provinces when you look at the issue of the 442 projects. It's on the basis of a tighter monitoring, more appraisal cycles, like even when you look at the issue windows there from the infrastructure fund, they've been increased in the department. In a number of instances, I've intervened on behalf of the minister where you find provincial departments of environment are holding these things back. One of the issues that has always been a problem, we are absolutely correct. Some of these municipalities, they don't have the capacity to actually update and revise their water services development plans, apart from the reliability plan. And normally they bring in the consultants and they were to find a particular way so that they don't get disadvantaged, especially the smaller municipalities that are there. But going forward in terms of the preparation, working with MESA, working with all these other agencies that are there, we should be able to improve the planning. And the planning, if people can't plan, we must agree that it will be a problem. Your last issue of output versus outcomes is a matter that our officials can't resolve at this stage. It's important to report on outcomes. But in terms of the treasurer regulation, including what the Department of Public Service and Administration around the business plan and strategic plans, there's still an issue where mostly the output indicators, they are mostly more quantitative rather than more qualitative in dealing with some of the issues. But as we are saying, all your points that we are raising are the points that we are learning much, much better. I do agree that IRS and the feasibility studies are taking long. And it's very, very frustrating that they should take so long and delay some of these decisions that are being made. Sometimes they take about 18 to 24 months, depending on the capacity, whether the consultants are there or not. But more importantly, I'm happy with the partnership with universities, with techies and others. Those issues that normally takes time around geological formation, the area they need to produce those are the issues that when we deal with the issues of building of partnership, working with these institutions, there is an improvement. But I fully agree with you. It's still an area of concern and it's an area that is being attended to. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Honorable Ramaila.
Thank you, Chair. And I think the explanation being provided, it does, yes, give hope. But the point I'm driving home, Deputy Minister Matlobo, is that looking at the budget of 8.2 million for water services management support, I hear what the acting DG has said, that other institutions of the department also have got some budget. But how you are budgeting, the quantum of the budget also presupposes the commitment from the department to indeed improve the institutional capacity of the municipalities. And for me, that is very critical. If you want to move these municipalities out of the dead woods, that's the kind of an approach that we need to take, in increasing the budget for institutional support. In my view, this is very little, and I agree, it's something that we really can look at. But further, the emphasis I wanted to make is that the department has got a regulatory role that must be strengthened to make these municipalities account. I know at some point in one meeting, Deputy Minister Maslow, I did ask about the approval of water service development plans, and the response I got was that there's nothing that the department can do if municipalities are unable to have council resolution on WSDPs. That was the response I got from your officials, so I can vividly still remember that, and I'm sure your officials can still remember that. But the regulation doesn't say so. You can't approve budget if the projects are not in the WSDP. That's the emphasis. Business plans being approved, helping the municipalities with the reliability studies, that is happening. Why can't we assist the municipalities then to consolidate those things into water service development plans and make them approve them? And once they are approved, then the department can only fund at that point because it's mandatory for that to happen. But otherwise, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Leilanga.
Chair, can I kindly come in quickly?
You're welcome.
Chair, I had my hand up and I'm not too sure just before Honorable Delanga. If it's okay with him, can I kindly just go before I have to rush out, Chair?
No, Chair, that will be tantamount to hijacking the chairmanship meeting.
So, yeah, listen, colleagues. This is the sequence. I've got it on my screen. Is that the next person would be Honorable Moore, and then the Honorable Member Kobe. Honorable Zelanga, would you have a problem? It seems she's got to come to Parliament. Would you allow her to go before you?
Yeah, let's allow her. It's fine.
Yeah,
Okay.
as they instruct Zelanga to be like.
No, she'll buy us some cool drink in Parliament. Honorable Kobe, welcome.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks, Honorable Dlelanga, for being the gentleman that you are. Chair, I'd like to, can I please switch off my video if that's okay with you, Chair?
Fine.
Thank you. Chair, I've got two questions only, and then I'm out of your hair. Chair, firstly, I'd like to welcome the reports that were given to us, Chair, by the department, by TCTA, and by the Water Research Commission. Chair, well appreciated, and I think that they were all very well formulated. Chair, I've got two issues, and I'd like to agree with the previous speaker. I think Honorable Ramaila said it very well, that the outputs do not match the outcomes. I'd like to particularly just zone into the allocations towards the regional infrastructure projects. Chair, I've got a particular issue with, the Polokwane Wastewater Regional project, which has significantly delayed. It has exceeded its budget, and it still remains incomplete, yet we have an allocation that is going towards it at this very moment, Chair. That is worrisome for me. What it says to me is that the department continuously allocates and funnels funds to municipalities, and municipalities do not complete their projects, but instead of completing them, they will wait for additional funds. On top of not being complete, Chair, it has so far incurred standing time payments of 2.2 million. And this is due to the Polokwane, the district municipalities' inability to plan, budget and to coordinate issues. Another issue, Chair, is also the Sekhukhune projects as well, where there are 3 reservoirs that were intended to be completed in 2021. They remain incomplete, but 97% of the budget that's allocated to it has been spent. And I'm willing to bet my last cent on it that the department will be allocating funds towards this project so that it's completed. I would like to know, how do we recover these funds that have went to municipalities, but projects remain undone and incomplete? And when you say that you are taking conditional grants to it, what conditions are there when municipalities continue to delay significant and key infrastructure projects, but they have that money that's completely spent? So for me, that's what I'd like to know from the department. Honorable Ramaila is completely correct to say that the output that we are seeing on the APPs is that there is money that's going towards this, but money does not miraculously complete projects and ensure that key infrastructure projects are completed on the ground. Our people don't have water, and we continue to approve budgets that go to these municipalities. So for me, I'd just like those specific answers. And Chair, as well as the green drop, blue drop, and no drop reports, I can see that there's an allocation that has increased, Chair, and we welcome this. I also welcome the reports that were tabled this year, finally, after years of these reports not being made available to the public. But my issue is that we've got increased funds that go towards the reporting, but how will we know that these funds that are allocated to it will translate to tangible improvements to these water service authorities? And also, Chair, we want to know if there will be consequence management that will be effected from the reports that we have received currently, and if the assessments from the report will actually speak to consequence management within these water service authorities and wastewater projects. We want the water quality to be improved, but we don't have specific plans. Yet we've got more money that's allocated towards the reports that will be tabled. So for me, I just want the current reports that we have, they must translate to tangible outcomes, and how we're ensuring that now they are producing tangible outcomes so that we can improve, we can approve the increment. Therefore, it can't just be reporting for the sake of reporting. It must translate to tangible improvements to our water quality. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister.
Chairperson, thank you very much. The 2 questions that Honorable Gobe asked were very specific to Polokwane and Sekhukhune. What I will then ask is the acting DDG, I know that we had intervened in Polokwane, to perhaps in brief give details around that intervention, as well as the acting DDG, if you do have information on the issue of Sekhukhune in terms of those projects, if you could respond to those as well. Thank you.
Thank you, DM. Thank you. On the Polokwane one, the first part, I think Honorable Gobe is correct. There have been delays and challenges in terms of the wastewater upgrade and refurbishment there, which were funded by our RB component. However, what has happened, Chair and DM, is that while we funded the first part of the upgrade and the refurbishment of those wastewater systems, of recent, you would have seen that there's an approval on the blended finance component, the BFI, the budget facility for infrastructure, on the Polokwane wastewater schemes, part of which is to address bulk of the main challenges that Honorable Gobe has indicated. On our budget allocation, yes, there are limitations, and yes, the project upgrade and refurbishment took time, but we took the option to advise the municipality, and we supported them through our infrastructure fund to submit for the budget facility, which National Treasury has actually allocated. And this year, they will be getting the first tranche to address some of those. In terms of the delayed invoices, payment, and so, we will have to get the proper details on that. But however, we can just give this information for now, and we can be able to supplement with more clearer details on what Honorable Gobe has indicated. on the Sekhukhune side, she could not indicate the specifics of those reservoirs of those projects, but I have actually asked the provincial head, she's on the platform, to get us details of those specific reservoirs. But what we can say is that while we do allocate a project, funding for specific municipalities like Sekhukhune to be precise, we do monitor the expenditure of those grants. What we have experienced, Honorable Gobe, I think you're quite aware, you've been on the ground quite a lot. It's some of these procurement processes which, when we allocate budgets, they do delay to start off the project. And when the projects start, at times they are delayed due to maybe SMMEs on the ground. This results in a serious price escalations. And what the contractor will have priced at the start of the project, the more the project gets delays, the more price escalations happens. And we end up readjusting the budgets to ensure we cover for such costs. And the question you've asked is, what are the actions that we take to address that? Where we are identifying non-performance issues, we do take away the grant, we convert it from direct to indirect grant, and we appoint implementing agents to implement those projects on our behalf, so that we will try and deal with such challenges on the ground. But be as it may, Chair, I think we can be able to get more details on that. But on the delay project as well, there's issues of monitoring and evaluation. A couple of pump stations we know in Sekhukhune had an issue, and there were 2 projects basically that were prioritized for them in that area. So we'll have to get more details. We can supplement that information, Chair, if we are allowed to bring it later. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. If we can get that within 14 days, I would appreciate. What about the consequence management?
Chairperson, my apologies. I was going to ask for clarity from Honorable Kobe on whether the consequence management question was on the Green Drop report that was released a few weeks ago by the department, if that is in actual fact how I understood it.
Yes, I also understood it that way, Honorable Kobe.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, yes, that's how I meant it, Chair. And also the DDG, the acting DG, did not touch on the consequence management and cost recovery that we have incurred in terms of the regional wastewater project in Polokwane. I would like to know, how are we recovering those costs, the 2.2 million that we have, before we give them the 2.1 billion? How are we recovering the 2.1 million that they incurred because of their own incompetence? Thank you.
I think in that we have now requested Honorable Kobe that they give us within 14 days a full report on that.
Right.
Can we then deal with the Green Drop, the consequence management on Green Drop, Deputy Minister?
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Acting DG, if DDG Zwane is present on the platform, I would like for him to touch on our enforcement action that we have taken against municipalities that have defaulted in as far as Section 19 and 20 of the National Water Act is concerned, our criminal cases that we've opened against municipalities in respect of addressing the issue of the Green Drop, if that is possible. Is he there, DDG?
We have Annette in here with us, DM. She will address the question.
Yes, please. Go ahead, Annette, please.
Thank you, DM. Good afternoon, Chairperson and honourable members. As per the Green Drop report release, municipalities that have scored critical performance in terms of their Green Drop scores, so below 31%, is given 60 days to provide us with corrective action plans. Similar to what we did with the previous reports, municipalities then have opportunity to look at their key performance areas where they've not performed well, to provide us with corrective action plans for implementation to address the performance in the municipalities. In terms of non-compliance, when corrective action plans are not being submitted or are not being implemented and it results in pollution, specifically for the Green Drop, the department then also has administrative enforcement powers under the National Water Act, where we then move to notices and directives under Section 19, where the municipality then again has an opportunity to provide us with the corrective action plan and submit those. When there's a failure to do that, the department then opens criminal cases against our municipalities. There's also obviously administrative justice procedures that is required. So currently we have about 53 water services authorities facing criminal charges and investigations from the department through our environmental management inspectors. So that is in terms of what we can do in terms of consequence.
Papa, let's the documents.
Can you please mute?
Cornelius. Manama.
Can the Honorable Cornelius just mute? Thank you, Deputy Minister. My concern is with the response that we have received now is that it's good and well, you've done all the paperwork and now there's 6 months past and this pollution continues. You don't stop the pollution, you send directives, you go to court or you go and lay criminal charges. But then the pollution in the meantime still continues. We need to address that and get a way of stopping that pollution. Deputy Minister?
Yeah, Honorable Chairperson, I take the point, and that's probably my biggest bone of contention. But that is why we're also amending the National Water Act in order to introduce those personal liability towards mayors and MMs as far as pollution is concerned. The biggest concern that we've raised also in the portfolio committee is the extent to which, or the time period that it takes for us to be able to get, a conviction or a decision from any of the cases that we've opened against municipalities, and quite correctly, or to the frustration of many communities of the ongoing pollution that persists, whilst we are of course focused on that particular action. So that is, I don't know, Annette, if you perhaps want to touch on that. It is an issue that I'm dealing with personally, Chair. We will be having a meeting again tomorrow just to go over some of the processes that we can also undertake in as far as addressing that issue is concerned. Annette?
Thank you, Dim. Chair, 100% agreed with you. So the green drop reports as well as the blue drop and no drop reports also feed into the sector support. The reprioritization of some of these projects are also then done where we can then reprioritize our municipal infrastructure grant funding with COCTA, the human settlement development grant with human settlements, and then obviously the RBIG and WISIF grants. Because compliance and enforcement.
Deputy Minister, can we just allow her to continue, then I'll come back to you.
Thank you. In terms of the delays with compliance and enforcement, this is also what assisted with the triggering of the reforms under the Water Services Act and the introduction of a licensing system for water services providers so that we have a competency requirement for water services providers and to separate the Water Services Authority function from the water services provider function. Because it takes too long and the results that we see for criminal enforcement is not sufficient. It leads to plea and sentence agreements and still it doesn't put the infrastructure back in place. So it's the support function and the getting the grants to work with the key problems is getting the licensing system for the water services provider function in place because we cannot continue running the way we do. Compliance and enforcement has its role, but it's not the silver bullet in the scenario.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Matlobo, do you want to add something?
No, Chair, I think we're going to have an internal discussion, like you say. We'll support DMC Tlolo because that's what the delegation is. What we are saying, Chairperson, the team is missing it. There are two issues. One of the issues that when pollution happens, ordinarily the authority must be able to issue an instruction that the pollution must stop. If it doesn't stop that pollution, we can go and stop it ourselves. But after stopping that pollution, we must have the capacity to actually go and recover that particular money. That thing is there in the law. Those issues around the remedial action that we need to do. One of the things that internally we have to be able to come out much clearer, Chairperson, as you know, we've been in the space for too long, is this thing that is called the waste charge discharge system. That's the money that we must be able to charge those people who are license holders. Let's go back internally. Let's look at that, because the polluter must be able to pay. But if the pollution continues and it continues unabated, we as the authority, we must come in, fix the problem, recover the cost. That's what the law says. The administrative issue about long processes, firstly, it's a notice, it's a directive, it's too long. And that particular process in terms of Administrative Justice Act, while the pollution is happening, we should be able to find that balance. I thought we should be able to come on that point. It still remains a gray area, and it's an area that we must prioritize in dealing with this ongoing pollution. Other than these people who are taking to court, that is taking much longer. But there and there, the immediate response, like an incident response when it comes to pollution. Let's prioritize the issues of waste charge discharge system. We then, in the past 2 to 3 financial years, we did some pilots. We must roll out in the entire country so that we have the money in the kit, Honorable Person, as you know, to deal with the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. I think it should not be a tick box exercise where we this document and then the next, and then we go to court whilst we are still polluting our rivers. And I would appreciate if we can, if you can come back to this. I think this is a discussion on the Green Drop report that it is something that we need to spend a day with the department, because pollution is critical for the country's water resources that we've got to protect. So can we maybe we'll try and set up a meeting with the department concerning the Green Drop and the Blue Drop report, but I think it is critical, as Deputy Minister Sitolo says, also that internally you've got to look at that. It should not just be a tick box exercise. Honourable Kobe, that was the responses on this matter. I think it's not the end of this. We need to deal with this matter going forward. Honourable Kobe? It seems the Honourable Member is off. Honourable Dlelanga, where is Honourable Dlelanga at the moment?
I'm here, Chair.
You can go on your questions.
No, thank you so much, Honourable Chair, the Minister, the Deputy Ministers, the support staff, the acting SOT, new Chairperson and all members. Honourable Chair, there are a few areas that I want to raise in welcoming these presentations. I want to start with the issue of Umzimvubu, which was mentioned on the presentation by TCTA. I must say, Chair, without getting to deeper discussion, that this is a project that have delayed for time memorial. As such, is it possible that the department can give us as the committee the state of the project and the timelines? That's the first one. Now let me get on the issues that are more of irregularities or conservatives. The Constitution, Chair, really delineates the powers and the responsibility of the 3 spheres of government and affirms the autonomy of municipalities, particularly with respect to the provisions of basic services, such as water and sanitation. In this regard, Chair, the national sphere of government is not authorized to arbitrarily encroach upon or assume the functions constitutionally assigned to the local government. Intervention in municipalities, in particular water service failures, in light of these constitutional arrangements, under what circumstances and through which mechanism may the Department of Water and Sanitation timelessly intervene where municipalities are failing to provide water services, particularly in situations that pose risks to public health, economic activity, or constitutional rights. The last question is more on addressing constitutional constraints. What measures, whether legislative, regulatory, or institutional, or intergovernmental, are currently in place or under consideration to address the constitutional constraints that may delay or limit effective national intervention in failing municipalities, while still respecting the principles of cooperative governance set out in the Constitution? Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister.
Well, thank you so much, Chairperson. I think let us hand over to TCTA on the issue of the Umzimvubu, and then the acting DG will then cover the last two questions. Thank you. Rapesi.
Thank you, DM. DM, remember in my presentation, we did say that our role is more advisory. The actual authority in terms of implementation is the department. But having said that, perhaps it's important, as the member has said, time memorial, this project has actually been delayed. One of the main reasons why it was delayed for such a long time is the project is unbankable. It is not financially feasible. So all these years, there has been the issue that this is a necessary project, but how do you fund it if you don't have anchor customers that will actually ensure that they are paying? The project as it stands, it's not bankable. So we could not go into the market to borrow the money. So this explains a lot why it took so long for us to get where we are. But I must say then that the department engaging with Treasury then took a decision that it will have to be funded by the state. And I think that's where the department came in from a point of view of saying, look, we will have to do this project. And our expertise were then called in from a point of view of advising in terms of how that's going to work. It's after a very long time, the first time that we are now saying we don't money that has actually been allocated to it, but the services that we are giving are more advisory in terms of making sure that this runs along the same principles as other projects. But in terms of the implementation and where it is, I think the DWS is best positioned to give the responses in terms of the question that has been asked. Thank you.
Thank you, Rapesi. Acting DG, is Mr. Mabuda on with you in the boardroom?
Yes, DM. We have been waiting for him to come and respond on that.
But just to add on to the TCTA's input to this, is that we have secured a budget from National Treasury, as he has indicated, to do the project in phases. And the main phase that we are currently implementing is the construction of the Daulanga Dam itself. We have thankfully started now with the excavations on the right bank, as well as because we had high flows recently, we have to put in infrastructure in order to divert the river so that we can be able to work in the river section itself and cross over to the left bank to start with the excavations. We will give reports on that as part of the information that has been requested. With the TCTA support, we are working on the relocation of infrastructure that will be impacted by the dam, with the involvement of the community and traditional leadership, as well as provincial because of the difficulty we're having with communities not being happy and with that unhappiness, there were some delays, but we are happy that we are resolving those issues. We also have complaints from local contractors who want to be involved of the project. It's the early stages of the implementation, so people are not yet aware how big this project will be, that they will all have an opportunity as the project starts rolling out. But they want to be first to be involved. So we have to engage them and share with them our plans and indicate to them the areas where they will be involved. So all of that will summarize in the report and provide.
Okay. Thank you. Chairperson, the other two questions, just to wrap up and then back to the DM, was on what are some of the measures currently in place in terms of the IGR that the department is implementing, whether institutional or so, to support municipalities. I think Annette touched base on how our drop report assessment are incentive-based. In a way, they are designed to support municipalities by nature, and the use of grants is already standardized to support municipalities in that. But on the institutional part, you would have heard that there's currently the white paper that on local government that's being revised to professionalize how municipalities are run. The department is part of that assessment. We've made input into that, but over and above that, on a joint effort, you would have heard us say that we are currently dealing with the WSP, WSA, the amendment thereof. That is also part of the institutional amendment that we are reforming the infrastructure of the system to address those shortcomings. And we're not doing it in isolation. We're doing it together with the water service authorities, or COCTA to be precise. You've had DM identify that we do work with MISA as part of the joint efforts that the department works with COCTA to try and support these municipalities. At what level and how far can we go with this, Chair? I think in the opening remarks, Minister did indicate that our intervention and support to municipalities is limited. And every effort we put at the moment is within Section 154, which all the sector departments do support municipalities. But where there's a need for Section 139, we do intervene with particular limitations, of course, and hence the current amendment that we are elevating. I think those are the two questions that I can summarize for now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I would also like the department just in the next 14 days to send us a report on the Umsumvubu Dam and the timelines as requested by the Honourable Dlelanga. Honourable Dlelanga, that is your responses?
No, thank you so much. With the last issue that you have raised, I'm covered.
Thank you very much. We will also then get that report as requested. Honourable Moore?
Thank you, Chairperson. Last speaker. To the Minister, DMs, DDGs, representatives of DWS, the TCTA and WRC, and colleagues, good morning still, good afternoon. I'm going to go through my questions quickly, Chairperson. The first one is the department's documents refer broadly to the Lesotho Highlands Water Project Phase 2 and the Umkomazi Water Project. Yet Parliament is not being given a clear separate reporting on the current status, delays, revised timelines, cost growth, and funding position of these major schemes. In the case of Umkomazi in particular, simply referring to the Umkomazi project is problematic because it does not clearly distinguish between the different components and phases of the project. So will the department provide Parliament with a separate project-by-project status report on the Lesotho Highlands Water Project Phase 2 and each of the Umkomazi components, including the original budget, current estimated costs, reasons for delays, revised completion dates, and funding gaps? My second question is, I suppose, at a time when government itself says South Africa faces serious water challenges and infrastructure failures, why has the department's overall budget been reduced from 23.38 billion rand in 2025-26 to 21.96 billion rand in 2026-27? And why has the regional bulk infrastructure grant been reduced from 8.89 billion to 8.17 billion rand? Which projects, provinces, municipalities, or bulk schemes are affected by this reduction? And I suppose, how does the department justify cutting bulk infrastructure support in the middle of a national water crisis? And then finally, Chair, my third question is, how does the department reconcile government's claim that the water crisis is a national priority with the fact that the budget is being reduced, the regional bulk infrastructure grant is being cut, we are still waiting on the Water Crisis Committee, and Parliament has not been given sufficiently clear information on the status, delays, and cost pressures of major projects such as the Lesotho Highlands Water Project Phase 2 and the Umkomazi? Does the department accept that reducing budgets while giving incomplete or at least unclear reporting on flagship infrastructure projects is not the conduct of a government that appears to be treating the water crisis with the urgency it demands? I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Deputy Minister.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and thank you to Honourable Moore. I don't know, Chair, if I will be out of order if I request that we follow the same process with Honourable Dlelanga's question on the Umzimvubu with Umkomazi and Lesotho Highlands in respect of Honourable Moore's request on separate reportings on these particular bulk projects or separate projects. That's the first issue. And then just on the issue of the budget, acting DG and CFO, in line with Honourable Moore's question, which also links to the third question, I suspect. Acting DG.
Thank you, DM. The two parts CFO will address on the reduction of our budget allocation, but when we look at the trend line over the MTF for both RBIC and WSIG, yes, there is a small under budgeted in terms of allocation from National Treasury. But when you look at some of the blended finance infrastructure project, because that's where we are also integrating the private sector and using the charter structure for municipalities to absorb some of the funding in those projects, there's actually an increase in that. One example is what we spoke about now with Polokwane. We would have funded that 2-point-something billion directly from our grant, but because of the budgetary constraints and the fiscal, we therefore use the budget facility for infrastructure to close the gap. CFO will address some of the key issues and the reasons for such. CFO?
Yeah, thank you very much. Chairperson, on the reduction, I can confirm that we do have a reduction on the baseline for the water trading entity. That is from the 2026-27 to the 2027-28 financial year. So that is in line with the allocations that we have received from National Treasury. And those are also reviewed now as we'll be going into the new MTF cycle. So there will be a revision of those. So we will be making requests for additional funding, and if approved, so there will be a change. But currently, those are the reductions that we are having. And then on the RBIC allocations, similarly, we do make those proposals to National Treasury, and that is the allocation that we have received from National Treasury. We also have BFI projects which are specific to timelines, and those also affect the baseline allocations. We will add, as well as indicated by DM Sitolo, to the previous requests that we indicate specific projects. So we'll include those into the submission that will be coming within the coming 14 days. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I would just like to add something here. And the Honourable Moore is 100% correct that we all know, and we've discussed this, and we've seen what the President has done to have this committee established. But yet we still accept and we still get budget cuts on this budget. And I really think, the two does not speak to each other. We know we are in a crisis, but we also cut on our budget, and that is not acceptable. I cannot understand. Yeah, I will come to you, Honourable Member. I'll come to you, Deputy Minister. I cannot accept that although we know that we are in trouble in the country, we still cut our budget as well. It's like someone that he doesn't come out with his salary every month, and then his salary is also cut. How do you assist someone that is already struggling, and then you also cut his salary? So, that is not acceptable, but let's find out how we'll deal with that. Honourable Deputy Minister Mthlobo?
No, Chair, I think our officials have given an inadequate response. Remember that when it came to infrastructure, President announced close to 1 trillion rands to infrastructure over the next 3 years. One of the biggest line item where money is actually being made available to answer the question of water and sanitation supply and reliability. That money is given to the water sector. And the departmental officials, when they are responding just at a local level with respect to what the department is doing. Remember, Chairperson, we have about 158 billion rands that has been announced to deal with the question of water and sanitation. That money does not actually.
Okay, I think we got the gist of that. Something that we maybe... Honourable Deputy Minister, would you like to conclude on that? Deputy Minister Sitolo?
No, Chairperson, I think dear Mashaba was making a point on the budget increase, but I suspect we can have a discussion around that also.
I'm still here. My apology, Chair.
Okay, then you can continue and conclude.
Chairperson, let the department give the money that actually lies in the water sector. There is money that lies in the Department of Human Settlement. There is a USDG. You know, Chair, yourself, including Red and all those who were mayors there before. There's a 1/3 that is in the USDG that is supporting those metros. There is an informal settlement upgrade grant that is there. In the Human Settlement Development Grant, there's also another 1/3 so that you can deal with these issues. In addition, there's MIC. In that particular MIC, you have 50% for water and sanitation. These are the monies that are traditional in the department, apart from the mega water services improvement grant and the regional bulk infrastructure grant. I'm going to ask DDG Mate to be able to provide that particular information. But the gap where you find the Chairperson is a gap that has to deal with traditional financing. The traditional financing on revenue sales from the municipalities, that money is the money that is not being disclosed to deal with that particular problem. And it's the money that is not ring-fenced, as we are all aware, that we've been saying to them as part of the reforms, ring-fence this money. But it is also under collection, Chairperson, because of the poor billing systems, the poor indigent registers and others. Therefore, the answer from my officials is not at the right level to say we're not taking that matter serious. Minister Kotongwana has put 54 billion rands aside, Chairperson, for the metro trading services. And we're sitting in that particular committee. I attend those meetings with DMC Tlul and DMC Rupen. A lot of that money is going to go for water and sanitation. And then equally, there's money that Percy and the team, they are going for the biggest infrastructure, Honorable Moore. When you look at Umkomazi, that I'm helping there on the ground. That particular project, National Treasury has made the commitments that Percy has spoken to. and the other money, Percy and the team, they are going to the market to be able to do that. Therefore, the issue around water financing, whether it is adequate or not adequate, is a matter that I want us to have a debate so that you don't look at one point on what the department has. The department indeed is under pressure. When it comes to the water trading entity, you know that the water trading entity, with the money from the developmental charge that is there, a particular portion is what TCTA is using to borrow the money from the markets. And we must be able to pay our creditors, and we are not defaulting from that. But that account, chairperson, called water trading entity account, we must look at it. There's an under collection in terms of that account itself. There is also the people who are owing the municipalities and the water board in terms of the raw water charge that we're dealing with there. I would want us to have a discussion so that we are not being accused to say we are not prioritizing the Met. Lastly, Minister has given France and the team an instruction to say with DTG Mate on the alternative community water supply, whether it's spring protection, whether it's groundwater exploration, how can we use some components of our grants, also mobilizing the private sector to be able to fund this one. Let's not only look at the financing by the state in the department, but let's look at the sector entirely. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Deputy Minister. But Minister, then you need to get your house in order with your department to give the correct information through to this committee. So I plead
because that was undercutting us.
Yeah. So I plead with the ministers to deal with this issue and come back to this committee with correct answers, or put the whole picture on the table as you have mentioned. Honourable Moore, that was the responses.
Thank you, Chairperson, to the DDG, the DMs, both DMs. Chair, I think the reality is entirely that we need the whole picture. We need to actually know what's going on rather than having a slant on this, because it's great to talk about a 1 trillion rand infrastructure budget, but when it's over 3 years and it's all backloaded onto the final year rather than in the current upcoming year during a crisis, we don't need the money in 3 years. We need it now. And this isn't a pressure about to the DM or to the minister. To be frank, Chairperson, they don't control the budget. They motivate for the budget. The department motivates for the budget. What I'm saying as a member of this committee, and I think I speak for everyone in the country facing the water crisis, is this is a time for the department to be supported with more budget, not less budget. There are plenty of projects that can be used. The department's ability to intervene, if it got a surge of funding, not a small increase like has happened with the WSIG, but a surge of funding to step in and assist with people who really know what they're doing. That's what we need. So, and I'd also like to say we still haven't had a proper response on the Water Crisis Committee. And I'm only putting pressure on there because I'm glad there is a Water Crisis Committee, Chairperson, but it's the same thing. We need action now rather than later. So I really hope when something comes out of that crisis committee, when we just get to see the plan, I really hope it's a substantial plan for action now, or at least in the short term, not in some future date, because the crisis is coming now. Johannesburg, as an example, used the most water it has ever used in its entire history last week during a cold, wet week. And as everyone here, we're all on subject matter. We know about these things. That means the usage should be down, not up. So when Johannesburg is using the most water it has ever used during a patch when it should be using less, the crisis is real, and it's real right now. Any fault, and Joburg is going to blow up again in terms of the problems. So I'm saying to you, Chairperson, I'm sorry if I'm being stringent on this, but again, when the public looks at the budget, when the public goes, why are you supporting a reduction in budget? You've got to understand the need to be firm on this issue, because we need to fight for the department to be properly resourced so it can do the expanded mandate. And I know it's not the department's fault to have to go and fix all the municipalities, but the reality is the public are looking for us to step in, and the department is trying in many ways, and I appreciate that. We need to fight for them to be resourced to do more, not less. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honourable Dikebe.
Thank you, Chairperson. I indicated while asking my 3 questions that I would like to come back because there are basically 2 questions that I'd like to put to the TCTA in particular. But before I do so, Chairperson, based on the Minister's response earlier on around Machabeng, there being a PER installed in terms of Section 139(5)(a) and (c) of the Constitution and correctly supported by our department through Section 63 of the Water Services Act 108 of 97 in terms of the replacement of old infrastructure there, reticulation network, pump stations, wastewater treatment works. It is important in the context of the liquidity position of the water board that we know exactly what the situation is like. And to that end, Chairperson, I'd like us, as we usually do in this committee, to receive in the next 7 to 14 days a detailed response as to compliance by the municipality in terms of the conclusion of the SLA and the payment plan. I do note the payment that was made by the municipality as reported to us, but my fear is that that may be a once-off and the next payment may simply not be quite that 30 million rand, which, as I said, is still short 40 million rand per month, because that is the total cost. I know that in the aftermath of the arbitration, there was a decision that it be 62 million rand, but the department, of course, says it will monitor that. But given my experience, Chairperson, in that municipality, I'd really like us to be evidence-led when it comes to these things, because our duty as members of parliament is to reduce the deficit of trust that the public has in government, in institutions of the state, and above all, to ensure that we are compliant with Goal 3 of the NDP to make sure that the economy grows and that it is inclusive, but also that there is a capable state. That's the first thing. The second one, Chairperson, 2 questions to the TCTA. In terms of land and servitude rights, I hope I'm putting this question to the right entity. Is there any intention, any workable plan to convert the servitude rights into real rights in the end? Because we have seen, particularly with the initiation of such in, for example, Machabeng, where 9 kilometers of land is owned, the outfall sewer line couldn't be commenced because the Theronia site of the wastewater treatment plant in Machabeng, because of that issue. So it's much better if the servitude right, ultimately upon negotiation, of course, is converted into a real right. The last one, Chairperson, one notes the AMD, Acid Mine Drainage Project, Krugersdorp, Johannesburg, Benoni, very successful, and TCTA has correctly said before that 70 to 80%. This particular project is very similar to the desalination projects. Therefore, the skill sets that emanate from that can basically be used across the country, where in our coastal province where necessary. So I'd like to know whether there is intention on the part of the department to consider other provinces, and the Free State is not the only one. You can look at other provinces as well, but of course we need to focus. So we are quite happy with the work that they've done. You and I and other members of the committee have been to Ekurhuleni, where this AMD project is operational. Quite a good thing indeed, just so that we have a good water mix and water security, in addition to precipitation that occurs course, we are a semi-arid land, but I think it's a good one. Those two questions, Chairperson, and the proposal. Seconding also, just in conclusion, what you said about the information that the DM has shared with us, because in October we'll do our BRRRs, and it is important, once again, that in arriving at a decision to review the budget, etc., we are accurately informed about information with regards to how the fiscus supports the various projects across the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister.
Yeah, thanks, Brapesi.
Chair, let me start with the one where we haven't had problems, and maybe that's why we are not looking at different options. As we stand now as TCTA for our projects, we do have capacity for even expropriation. I know Section 25 is a big issue at this particular point in time, but from where we sit, that has never been a problem in terms of our ability to even go through the expropriation route. So we've never considered that an issue. So perhaps in certain parts where there seem to be problems like in Machabeng, maybe the department is closer to that particular issue. I'm not sure the powers and functions that they have over that aspect, but we will gladly work with them if we need to give feedback on that. But I must state that for us, the issue of access, it's always about where we spend a lot of time negotiating with the landowners to actually either get access or get those servitudes. But once that process is finalized, there hasn't been any issues whatsoever. So we haven't looked at it as a challenge as it is being put by the honorable member. But perhaps there are other areas where that has to be looked at differently.
The department.
Maybe, Chair, sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry,
do you
Chair.
the AMD as well in other provinces?
Yes, I think the member is right in terms of say you would see that AMD is particularly focused on areas where there's been a lot of mining activities, because that's where you get oxidization when people take out what's underground, and there's a lot of oxidization which leads to things like the mine tailings and all that. And as we have said, the experience of that is it's similar to desalination, but there has been a problem that related to us not fast-tracking this. I think members would need to remember that desalination is quite energy intensive. And with our sister SOE that was struggling for the longest period, firstly, that was going to be more expensive. The other one was the crisis that there was not enough electricity in the country to just do what basically we need from the electricity side. So having looked at it all the time, we're looking at the cost benefit analysis. But at this stage, it does look like Eskom has stabilized, but we're looking at the cost of getting water through how we traditionally do it in terms of building dams and then tunnels and all that. But as one is looking at the trend, is going the route of saying, as long as we have enough energy and we start looking even at green energy, there is going to come a time where even if we build dams, we won't actually be able to get enough water out of it. But that's why we are saying long term, we have to start looking at this whole process of desalination, because the capacity that we have through the AMD would actually be useful. But at all times, we are also looking at the cost of providing water, and electricity is quite a big component thereof. So over time, we will actually be looking at this thing, but we are keeping an eye on it as well in terms of the cost benefit and the stability of Eskom to be able to provide the necessary energy. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Department, did you want to add something to Machabeng, the land and servitude rights, or would you come back to us on that?
Well,
Chairperson, may go
sorry,
ahead, Acting DG.
Sorry, Deputy Minister.
No problem, Chairperson. Go ahead, Acting DG.
Thanks, DM. I wanted to address the second part of the question on where we are also looking at acid mine drainage. besides what is currently happening in Gauteng. We know with the Westwater basins, that's where you have a lot of acid mine return flows. We, even in portions of Niger and Springs around the Ekurhuleni side, you do have such a potential. In terms of the other provinces, we have some potential, Chair, in Emalahleni, in the Wheat Bank, around Delmas and Secunda. You do have a lot of return flows there. We have been approached to try and look at how can we make some of those return flows bankable in the system. This talks directly to our National Water Resource Strategy 3, which talks to expanding our water mix. And that is one area that we are looking at to expand. So we're looking at those opportunities where we can use our licensing to see how the tariff structure can help us de-risk and co-fund those projects and have that water back into the system. So we are actually looking at some of those areas. Of course, we're actually at the preliminary stages with the provincial head for Mpumalanga looking at those areas. I thought I should just add on that one. The Machabeng one, I thought the honorable member was making much of the comment, but otherwise we can provide more information if needed. Thank you, DM.
Thank you very much. Honorable DTB.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. The last part about just the commitment regarding not only the 30 million rand payment, but the payment plan and the SLA that is from the side of the department. This is very central to the liquidity position of that entity. And we took a decision in this committee that we will protect within the bounds of the Constitution and law of the Republic those particular entities, because they are all part of the ecosystem in ensuring that there is reliable supply of water and high quality water that people consume. So yeah, let's ensure that Machabeng, Amatole and other entities rise to the same level as Umgeno, Tugela, Rand Water. Very important, Chair. We want them to function for our people.
Thank you very much. Honorable Matutu. Honorable Matutu, you wanted to ask a question?
Yes.
You can continue.
Let me greet colleagues, officials. My question is simple, Chairperson, although I'm covered by Comrade Vice, but let me welcome the presentation, although I'm not supporting. My question is very simple, Chairperson. I asked Minister, looking at the current state of affairs, does any of entities have corruption investigation? If so, how much is it cost? Does are not covering under APP targets to reduce corruption, reduce fruitless and wasteful expenditure? That was my question, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister.
Question, Chairperson, if I got the question correctly, is corruption investigations in our entities? Is there ongoing corruption investigations in our entities?
Honourable Minister, we have dealt with that last week or the previous meeting with the department in SIU. I'm not sure whether the honourable member was present, but you're more than welcome to continue answering that question.
Right. That would have been a separate meeting with the department, with the SIU and the portfolio committee. Acting DG? I think
Maybe
Ms.
before acting DG, can we respond, Chair?
You're welcome.
No, as you are correct, the matter has been discussed. Honorable member, let's share the detail of the presentation. A number of SIU investigations were boards whether in the department. We continuously report to them the actions that have been taken on asset forfeiture, the cases that are in court, including the wider agreement minister has signed with the SIU, the Hawks, NPA, in a form of a fusion cent. But if the member be in a position to clearly respond on that, give him all those particular details. But on an ongoing basis, Chairperson, remember there was a turnaround plan for the department, including on finances, on the audit outcomes. We shall be in a position to clearly share those details of last week's engagement.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister, Department.
No, thank you, Chair. There's nothing much to add except that if you remember, we did present the historical event on our financial capacity and monitoring at the department, and there's a huge decline on the fruitless expenditure. It means there are actually processes in place that the department is deploying to ensure that we reduce on those. I thought that we just only make that point. The other part, the DMS answered it well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Matutu, that is the responses. We did deal with that. Maybe you were not present, or that report was sent to all members. Would you like to respond to that?
No, thank you, Chairperson, which means I was not there.
Yeah.
The last minute. Thank you very much for clarity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Any other questions from any other member? If not, thank you very much, everybody, for being present today. Thank you even to the ministers that is in Lesotho, making time also to be present at today's meeting. It's much appreciated. And to the department and officials, thank you very much, as well as TCTA. That's also sitting in Lesotho. Thank you very much for being present today, as well as the Water Research Commission. It is much appreciated for the work that you also do. Colleagues, may I then ask that all the members quickly just stay behind whilst we excuse the department and the other entities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Thank you.
Yeah, when I said this communications, that's what I understood, and that's what.
Honourable members, while people are leaving, it's not a critical issue that we need to discuss quickly. Firstly is we have set up a meeting for Thursday to deal with the minutes and reports. However, it came to our attention that most of the members will be on oversight with other committees. Can I ask who will not be available for next week, Thursday's meeting? Otherwise, we'll have to reschedule that meeting to another date, or maybe just include that onto Tuesday's meeting, next Tuesday's meeting. Can I get an indication from members? Honorable Kegakilwe, are you available next week? Or not next week, this week, Thursday, 2 o'clock?
And Chairperson, for this week, I'll be attending the meeting, subcommittee, portfolio committee meeting, human settlement.
Okay. So
from morning till late.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened now to all other members. Honorable Ditebe?
Chair?
Sorry, Honorable Kegakilwe, my apology. I understand you will not be available this week. Honorable Ditebe?
Chair, I'm in the same position as Honorable Kekakilwe, in a bind there, so unfortunately I won't make it.
Okay, what about next week, Tuesday? Because it's committee week. We not, because we are going on, because we are going to do public participation meetings in May. Are people going to be available next week, Tuesday, to have a portfolio committee meeting? Honorable Kobe?
Oh, sorry, Chair, may I? Or who's first?
Yeah, you can
Okay,
go. It's
may I?
fine while you're on the floor.
No, I don't have a problem with Tuesday next week. I take it that it will be virtual.
It will be virtual, yeah.
Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Kobe?
No, Chair, all is in order. It's fine. It's fine, Chair. I just got in late again in the meeting, so I wasn't sure what was being discussed. Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah. Will you be available this week, Thursday, for a meeting to approve the minutes?
No, Chair. I've got caucus, but over and above that, we have public works.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so I will ask, can I then ask Honorable Ramaila?
No, just saying next week Tuesday available, Chair.
But this week, Thursday?
No, I was also available.
All right. Can I ask that I'll put up a survey on the WhatsApp group so that we can get the inputs of everybody, whether they will be available. I think that will be the best to make sure that we don't waste people's time for this week, Thursday's meeting. I'll put it up now. Then we can deal with that. And then the dates was sent out. I must say to the Honorable to Nosipu, I have seen that they have moved as we have discussed it. But I didn't realize that the last weekend of May. But we will make some other arrangements. I will not be available on that Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. But that's a discussion that I will have with you. We could make other arrangement that someone else chairs this meeting. What I would suggest is that on Tuesday, coming Tuesday, that we will also deal with the May meetings that we'll have and just get make some arrangements for that on next week, Tuesday's meeting. Would that be in order, Nosipu?
Yes, Chairperson.
Thank you very much.
But also to note, Chairperson, Tuesday's meeting, we're dealing with the catchment management agencies. So if we're going to do reports and minutes, that would be in the afternoon.
That's fine. If we can then keep it, the whole day is committee day. If we maybe can deal with that way, would that be in order?
Okay.
I don't see anybody that is got conflict on that. Let's then deal with next week, Tuesday, with everything, and then there won't be, let's then just agree there won't be a meeting this week. On Thursday, we'll deal with that, everything on Tuesday. Thank you very much, and we'll see some of you in the house.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.